Okay, welcome to Symposium, and thank you online and on-site participants for joining on Sunday. Today, about approximately 650 people registered for joining this symposium, but it looks smaller. I don't know, maybe many participants changing the online or will come later. So, but interesting, the participant is not only researcher, but also musician and artist, so half and half. So today, only English, but maybe you can, if you couldn't understand fully the English, you can enjoy by slide, and you can enjoy presenters' personality. And okay, anyway, so my name is Tatsuya Daikoku, Associate Professor at the University of Tokyo. It's a great honor to hold the symposium, International Symposium of Music, Brain, and Body. On the past few decades, numerous research have shown that many connection between music and human. These studies have yielded a valuable insight now being applied in the field such as artificial intelligence-generated music. However, the critical role of the body as well as brain in music remain largely unexplored. This symposium will explore how humans have acquired and generate music from perspective of body as well as brain. Today's speaker will show this perspective, that is how human body is associated with music processing. First, I myself will begin by discussing music and whole bodily perception. Following me, Professor Tanaka will speak from the perspective of development. And Professor Takahashi will then explore the relationship of music with non-human body, that is rats. After a brief 10-minute break, Professor Fujii will present his talk on the sensible group in music, and then Professor Tachibana will discuss music and the body from perspective of vocalization in birds as well as human. Then, from six speakers onwards, presentation will be conducted online. And Professor Sammler, Daniela Sammler, will discuss research on music and body in music performer, especially pianist. It's okay. Yeah. Finally, Dr. Iida will present research on the relationship between music and the body in non-human pianist, that is, robot. Additionally, we have the honors of special talk by Professor Stefan Kersch, a leading researcher in the field of music cognition. More detail about Professor Kersch will be provided just before his talk. For today's Q&A session, online participants can ask questions via chat, while in-person attendees can raise their hand. Our staff will bring a microphone to those in venue. Okay, thank you, and I hope you find today's discussion enlightening and inspiring.
Okay, so hi everyone. Without further ado, let's begin our first session of today. My name is Vincent Chung, and I will be the chair of this session. So the first talk that we have will be by Dr. Daikoku on bodily maps of uncertainty and surprise in musical chord progression and the underlying emotional responses. So, Dr. Daikoku, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for introduction. So today, I'm talking about embodied cognition of music based on brain predictive processing. The brain is influenced by music through the body, which directly interacts with the external environment. The embodied knowledge of music encompasses not only external perceptions such as hearing and touch, but also interoception, like heart rate, heartbeat, and proprioception related to body movement and position. While music research have been done on auditory music processing, body movement involved in music performance, and the impact of music on interoception, such as heartbeat acceleration, how these three processing, exteroception, interoception, proprioception, are interacted each other remain largely unexplored. To understand the music embodiment, I focus on the brain fundamental principle of predictive processing. Our brain continuously predicts sensory input. A prediction error occurs when there is a gap between the prior prediction and the actual sensory input. Prior predictions are regulated by the perceptual uncertainty at a higher hierarchical level. Particularly, the music predictive processing is often explored within the framework of statistical learning, which is where innate and implicit learning system of the brain. Statistical learning refers to the system that calculates transition probability from sequential information such as music and uses this probability to predict future information while being modulated by perceptual uncertainty. Then, the next question is how such a music statistical learning elicits embodied cognition and emotion. Regarding this, the music prediction error elicits physical sensation, such as musical chills and increase in heartbeat. These physical sensations can sometimes be experienced as musical pleasure, which in turn stimulates the release of dopamine in the brain, a process known as positive reward prediction error. That is, these music-induced physical sensations contribute to embodied cognition or embodied kind of aesthetic experience of music. For example, music syncopation occurs when the tone is played at a moment that doesn't align with the regular beat timing. This gap between basic beat and actual tone elicits a prediction error, often leading to a behavioral impulse to tap our feet or hand to reinforce the beat internalized in our brain. Imagine you are listening to this sound, this rhythm. In that moment, our brain starts to anticipate the next beat, compelling us to tap along with our feet or hand, like this rhythm. So this action brings our own tapping sound with the actual rhythm sound, something like this. That can be interpreted that the brain tries to reduce the perceptual uncertainty of rhythm and making temporal prediction easier by active inference, leading to music enjoyment and brain rewards thanks to reduction of prediction error. Then importantly, such active inference are less likely to occur when rhythms are overly complex. This is because excessively complex rhythms make it difficult to resolve prediction error, even with active inference. In other words, it's believed that there is somehow an appropriate level of uncertainty and prediction error, which can be resolved by active inference, trigger the behavioral impulse. This is often explained by inverted U-shaped curve of uncertainty-weighted prediction error, which combine prediction error and uncertainty. The past evidence shows that the intermediate level, that is the peak of inverted U-shaped curve, leads to evoke the strong pressure of music and activity of brain's reward system and motor system, including the basal ganglia and premotor cortex. That is, by a certain prediction error, the brain prompts our body to move and doing so receive a reward. So such a uncertainty-weighted prediction error apply not only to rhythm but also musical chord progression. In this case, the peak of the inverted U-shaped corresponds to the situation where either uncertainty or surprise is high and the other is low. As an example, I generated a universal model of a musical chord progression based on brain statistical learning called Hierarchical Bayesian Statistical Learning Computational Model using a large corpus of pop music chords. Then, using this model, I created four chord progression by manipulating both uncertainty and surprise. For example, in pattern 1 here, both uncertainty and surprise are consistently low across 4 chord sequences. Therefore, we can easily predict the fourth chord. It's very simple. On the other hand, in pattern 2 here, uncertainty and surprise are low until the third chord, But at the fourth chord here, only surprise blue line increase while uncertainty remain low. Therefore, we will be certainly surprised when we hear fourth chord. I think you surprised. You can understand you're surprised by yourself. In pattern 3, on the other hand, uncertainty and surprise are low up to third chord. This is the same. But at the fourth chord, only uncertainty increase while surprise remain low. This type leads to uncertain prediction when we hear the third chord, but we may be mentally relieved when we actually heard the fourth chord because the fourth chord is less surprise. In the third chord, you will be a little bit uncertain, but in fourth chord, a little bit relieved. So in pattern 4, uncertainty and surprise are low up to the third chord, but at the fourth chord, both uncertainty and surprise increase. Then we may be actually surprised when we heard the fourth chord. Like this, we can control the prediction error, musical prediction and uncertainty by computational model. And sometimes can control your musical enjoyment by making the music like this. 出してます。音鳴らない。Sorry. Dante ですかね。In-person, on-site listener can hear, but for the online speaker, I will play very shortly. So first, pattern 1 is less surprise, less uncertain. And pattern 2, less uncertain, but surprise. Certainly surprised. You can intentionally understand, oh, you are surprised by yourself. And the third chord. Here is uncertain. But when you hear the fourth chord, you will be relieved because it's less surprise. And the fourth chord is, well, it's simple. Like this, we can control. We can control the musical enjoyment by computational musical generated model. And in this case, the peak of the inverted U-shaped uncertainty weighted prediction error corresponds to either pattern 2 or pattern 3, where either uncertainty or surprise is high and the other is low. Okay, the key insight of my study is the temporal dynamics of prediction error and uncertainty. For instance, a predictable chord following the completely predictable chord progression may lead to some kind of boring. Is it the same? That's the four chords. That's why it's not boring. But if you hear long time this chord sequence, you will be kind of bored in hearing this music. But on the other hand, this is the fourth chord is also less surprise and less uncertainty. But if the previous sequences is high uncertainty, high surprise, you will be relieved to hear when you hear the less surprise chord. course, it's up to you, but maybe you join this symposium because you like the music. Maybe you can agree with mental impression. Like this, the temporal dynamics of predictability, that is context of music sequences, influence music emotion. Then the important question is how temporal dynamics of prediction influence embodied cognition of music. Okay. To understand this, we recently focus on the body map of emotion. That is, evidence has shown that embodied emotion can be monitored through body sensation map triggered by emotion. For instance, as illustrated on the slide, it's known the anger, for example, emotion of anger, Yukari, tend to evoke sensation in the upper part of the body, while anxiety, Fuan, tend to trigger the sensation related to the heart. Recent studies suggest such a subjective body map may be reflected in actual body physical recording, such as positron emission tomography, heart rate, respiration, and so on. Very recent study reveals that music emotion can also be monitored by such a body map. However, no study investigates how the temporal dynamics of uncertainty and musical prediction error modulate body map within the framework of music statistical learning and music predictive processing. To understand this, we recently studied how fluctuation of uncertainty and prediction error modulate body map. Utilizing a large corpus of music code progression, we have developed a general model for predicting music code progression based on, as I said, the hierarchical Bayesian statistical learning model that I devised. With this model, we crafted 8 type of sequences of four chords by manipulating uncertainty and surprise. So I cut this thing, but if you want to hear that, please ask in the Q&A session. I play again. The bottom one is the opposite of the upper one. So first 3 chords is high surprise, but fourth chord is changing surprise and uncertainty. Then participants were exposed to these 8 types of chord progression in random order. Following each listening session, they were asked to respond with click to position in the body where they felt from the chord sequences using the body image presented on the screen. Then they were required to select the best 5 emotion categories in ranking elicited by each sound from the list of 33 emotional categories. Further, they answered 9-point Likert scale of balance and arousal. We compare the musical body map and the corresponding emotional responses among the 8 types of chord progression. So here is the result of the body map. Interestingly, when both prediction error and uncertainty were low in chord progression, participants reported a strong stomach sensation, abdominal sensation. Here. And conversely, when learning the chord progression, when listening to the chord progression with the fluctuation of predictability, where the surprise was high, but uncertainty was low, the second one, fitting in the peak point of inverted U curve of uncertainty-weighted prediction error, participants showed the strong heart sensation. It's cardiac area. This suggests that embodied cognition, embodied perception of music, where certain harmonic patterns are able to elicit distinct sensation in different parts of the body. Further, we have discovered that the heart sensation by listening to the music chord sequences correlated with positive balance. This finding suggests that positive correlation between music, positive emotion, and interoceptive sensation felt in the heart area. So regarding the other emotion, I also analyzed the other emotion, the temporal dynamics of predictability that intensify the sensation in the stomach and heart area were associated with a heightened positive emotion, such as musical aesthetic emotion, and sense of relief, like here. First two types of sequences. Conversely, other type of temporal dynamics of predictability, musical predictability, were found to evoke negative emotion, such as anxiety and awkward, like this. They're other than that first two type of sequences. This suggests that the particularly embodied interoceptive cognition, like heart and stomach, might be crucial in experiencing musical beauty and positive emotion. It's compelling insight into how music touches us, not just emotionally or cognitively, but also bodily and physically. Additionally, we explore the intensity of 32 different emotions in response to each chord. Using the emotional data, we examine whether there are unique emotional distribution for each chord using TSNE analysis, dimension reduction analysis. The results suggest that the possibility of the unique emotional distribution for each chord, indicating that the relative relationship of emotional structure in each chord may explain subjective musical experiences. And more interestingly, the findings imply that the emotional structure may vary depending on whether physical sensation, bodily sensation are strong or weak. This suggests that the individual musical emotions are deeply linked with the subjective emotional cognition. And also, we analyze the directional relationship between three factors, that is bodily sensation, emotion, and music hearing, exteroception. Specifically, we aim to answer whether body sensation triggered by music give rise to emotion, or if emotion elicited by music lead to body sensation. I analyze the directionality. The results suggest that at least in the body map test, music emotions are likely to generate body sensation. Initially, my hypothesis was the kind of bottom-up process where music first stimulates the bodily sensation, such as increased heartbeat, then leading to the elicitation of emotional responses. However, the findings indicate the opposite, that is, music emotion may generate bodily sensation. On the other hand, the responses are recorded in the body map test where participant explicitly and intentionally clicks to indicate their sensation several seconds after listening to music, implies the influence of top-down judgment from the brain. Moving forward, I plan to investigate the relationship between bodily reaction, that is, physical responses, and body map using the measures such as electrocardiogram and electrogastrogram and electromyogram. It's possible that the physical responses to music occur first, leading to subconscious bodily sensation, which then elicit emotion, resulting in high-order bodily sensation like those observed in body map. Okay, finally, although this is ongoing research, we are currently conducting a large-scale study involving 2,000 participants to understand how such a body map of temporal dynamics of music prediction varies through the human lifespan from birth to old age. The current result indicates that the heart and abdomen sensation evoked by music tend to peak and localized around age 10 to 20 and gradually diminishing and diffuse thereafter. Such understanding the relationship between body map and development is also deemed crucial. Our next speaker, Professor Tanaka, will give a talk about the relationship between music and embody from the perspective of developmental process. Okay, this is a summary. Thank you very much. I will finish.
So thank you very much for the presentation, and I'd like to invite anyone from the audience, if you have questions, please raise your hand, and I think somebody will pass the mic. Yeah. And also for those who are attending online, please also type your questions, into the question box, and then we will also go through them as well. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Daikoku-san. Very nice talk. And I was just wonder if can we divide the predictability and the familiarity? Because the very familiar song or melody is boring, right? But the unfamiliar song is very surprising. But I just wonder if this can be divided or not, or just same thing. What do you think?
Difficult. Well, of course, it's deeply connected to each other, but predictability is, at least in this concept, predictability is the next tone or next chord sequences, regardless of the familiarity of music. Of course, if this sequence is chunked, several long sequences, it's kind of induce familiarity. But in this model, I just say, so because I generated by computational model, I generated new music by computational model, but you can predict, you can understand, oh, it's predictable and it's unpredictable. So this is kind of different, and at least I reduce the kind of familiarity in these sequences. But of course, it's connected. Yeah. Thank you very much for the nice question.
Do we have another question? Yeah, please. Person in the middle over here. If not, then yeah. Or, yeah,
okay. So thank you very much, Professor Daikoku. It was a very interesting presentation. I have a question about the survey or research that you have done. I wonder how many people were actually participating in that, and if there isn't any difference between those trained in music and not trained in music. Because my assumption is that those trained in music will probably listen to chord progressions and try to analyze it somehow. So rather than just simply enjoying music, they might have some analytical view, and the body or brain could have reacted indifferently.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for important question. Of course, this model is based on the pop music. It's kind of based on the Western classical music, and many people, pop music is, many people learn pop music implicitly. That's why I using this corpus data to understand not universal, but more general predictive processing. But as you say, for example, with Japanese here, the gagaku and hogaku, it's completely different theory of the pop music. So that's why it's of course, it depends on the culture, depend on the individual differences of what they learn. But at least in the body map, it's not my study, but it's a study by Numena, who is Professor Numena, who is one of the leading researchers of body maps. They show that the universality of body map, regardless of the music prediction. So at least they enjoy music. They felt the heart and stomach, it's interoceptive area. That's at the moment understanding.
So now we also have two questions from the online audience, which could be summarized in one question. So the first one is, when we talk about uncertainty and surprise, of course, this is based on people who had classical music training. So what would you expect if people were listening to, say, traditional Noh music or kabuki music? Do you also expect to see the same responses?
Traditional what?
Traditional Japanese music.
I didn't do this study, but at least Japanese learn both Japanese music and Western classical music, that we cannot divide it. But I don't know whether if there are the people who have experienced such a pop music, something like the ethical music, like in Amazon, I don't know. I think they feel that differently. And I don't know whether they also feel the interoceptive area or not. Yeah.
So I have a related question. So you find that the abdomen, the stomach, is also sensitive. So why the abdomen? What is special about the stomach?
It's difficult to speak in English, but in Japanese we say something like "funi ochiru." If we relieved, we say it's kind of feel the relieved in the stomach. Feel the stomach with something like it's called "funi ochiru" and "hara ochisuru." This means what can I say? Predictable and understandable. Maybe this influence. That means that it's linguistic expression also influence, I think, the body map. Yeah.
So what sort of participants did you have in this study?
Where you felt.
As in, like, where were they from?
Yeah.
Were they Japanese subjects or were they...
Japanese subjects, only Japanese subject. And the only adult participant in this study.
Okay, so are there any more questions from the audience here?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I noticed that you have stated the change with the lifelong, which is like, sorry, let me take the photo. So like there's a lifelong studies which state out the change from the 10 years old to the 18 years old. So I wonder that this change is due to the change of the biological size, or is by the because people, when they grow up, they also will be affected by the social side. So is that just biological, or you have also taken in the social factors? Thank you very much.
The reason why I do this study is because of the previous study by other research group. They do that, not music, but they study about developmental process of body map of emotion. Then they found that the children and infants' body map is more diverse. What can I say? It's sparse, not localized. But by developing, people gradually localize to the part of the body. I think this kind of proprioception, connection of proprioception and interoception, I don't know. That's why I did this study. At least they learn where they felt. People learn where they felt. I don't know the reason, but it's kind of embodiment of emotion. That's why I did this study. But it's different result. That's why I was a bit surprised by developing maybe it's localized, but by aging it's non-localized and weak interoceptive sensation, become a weak interoceptive sensation. Maybe I don't know. But the people who age 20s like the music and more reward system is more activated in this area. That's why they emotionally and physically impressed by emotion. I think this is also this phenomenon influence the body map, increase the body map of this age. That's the answer.
So we have one last question from the online audience. So this is a general question. So this person asked, so when they're stressed, they listen to hard rock music. So how does this fit into the context? Like, could you give a very simple explanation of why hard rock music, something very energetic, could be stress relieving?
By this study.
or in your general knowledge?
I hope so. That's the answer. I think, yeah, at least the music has such a power to influence the emotion and influence the psychological phenomena. That's why I think that music can be used to, for example, such as therapy. That's why music can be used for therapy, like music therapy or something like that. But at the moment, the music therapy is, I don't know, we need some more evidence on why music improves the health problem. So I think the body map is one of the methods to kind of visualize how such a individual person with kind of stress, with strong stress or depression felt differently from when listening to music sequences. I think.
So in the interest of time, we have to move on. But once again, thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much.
So now I invite our next speaker, Dr. Tanaka, who will be talking about the influence of musical activities in a natural environment on maternal emotions and physiological synchrony between mothers and their infants and children. So thank you very much, Dr. Tanaka. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon. First, I'm very grateful for the invitation to this wonderful symposium today. I'm a developmental scientist. Today, I'd like to talk about our recent study about the influence of musical activity in natural setting on mother, infant, and child physiological synchrony and maternal effect. Social species, including humans, evolved to regulate one another's fundamental physiological processes. So, therefore, the infant's survival depends on social bonds with caregivers. So, I have long investigated how dynamic social interaction affect brain development of both infants and their parents. Especially now we are examining how infants and mothers' physiological and neural rhythms are coordinated during natural interaction. It has been long considered that in healthy population, the mothers and the infants' physiological and neural rhythms are considered to be synchronized, which is great for infants to develop predictive internal model of caregivers. However, we have to carefully consider the healthy populations. For example, in Japan today, there is a mountain of mental health problems of parents and children. For example, one recent study has found that about 30% of mothers raising children show high score in depression, but not clinically diagnosed. Another survey has found that more than 80% of mothers raising infants for the first time feel very strong loneliness. Not only for parents, but for children, especially in early adolescent period, the amount of children who suffer depression and who cannot attend the school is increasing. So we cannot catch the whole population and their diversity. So to overcome these serious problems, we have to prevent such mental problems before children has grown up. So we focus on infants, young children, and their parents to examine the factor to develop positive concept, which means the resilience, confidence, and efficacy of them from developmental perspective. Okay, the practical method that will effectively ensure the mental health of parents and their children, the great candidate is music. There are several reasons, but first, music can be available in real-life situations, independent of the pharmacological procedures, and there is much evidence about the application of medicine to, for example, the psychotherapy or something like that. Okay, and second, music has specific rhythmic and melodic information where infants and young children engage in musical activity at home, in preschool, which involves parents and caregivers in daily life. Okay, this is very funny home videos. Actually, I have two daughters, and they really like music. And every day they sing or dance accompanied with music. Okay, can I? Oh, yeah. This is very now popular Japanese pop music, and they spontaneously moving their bodies and singing. It's very funny and very cute, I think. Okay, in this presentation, the musical activity refers to such, various types of activities, including listening to music, singing, moving, dancing, or playing musical instruments. Okay, to apply such musical activity for using improve the mental health of parents and children, we have to know how they feel during musical activity in natural environments. But there are several challenges. First, we have to find a valid index to explain the emotional or affective state of infants and children. The several previous studies has found that physiological and motor synchrony among different persons and is related to the attention or affect of children, but most of them focus only for children's side or conducted in the laboratory setting. So we need to create new methods which can be available in natural environment. Okay, next. Of course, there are several studies about the effect of natural musical activity in natural setting on infants' behavioral response, including attention and positive and negative affect. But there are most European American population-based study, and so Japanese parent-infant pair data is necessary. Finally, we also have to consider the individual differences. Because several studies has found that, for example, the home past experience or some personality is associated with individual variation in preference to music. Okay. Considering this point, we first examine the influence of musical experience in natural scenes on the subjective feeling of parents and their infants and the children. In this presentation, we focus on the parents' side because we can easily evaluate the subjective feelings of parents. Furthermore, we also examine the factors related to individual variation in the changes in subjective feeling of mothers, focusing on the psychological trait and behavior trait of the parents, and also the physiological index. In this study, we analyze the heartbeat synchronization between parent and infant children based on the previous study. The participants were two age groups. The first is infant group, 6 to 12 months old infants and their mothers. And second, the 3 to 4 years old children and their mothers. The general procedure consisted of two phases. Before the musical play session, the participants answered the questionnaire survey at home to examine the individual differences about parents' psychological trait and infants' behavioral characteristics. And after that, the participants came to Kyoto University and participated in musical play session. Okay. I will explain the musical play session in more detail. Okay. In musical play session, there's several psychophysiological index, including fine body movements by using a markerless motion capture system to monitor the motor patterns of parents and infants. And also, we collected the data of heart rate synchronization among multiple persons. We use very wireless, very small and light heart rate monitors. And we attached the heart rate monitors to both parents and infants and children. Okay. Furthermore, we also we also measure the respiration among multiple persons by using contactless millimeter wave radar. In addition to this, the subjective positive and negative affect is collected only for mothers. Musical play session was conducted with two musical teachers. They are, they are violinists and percussionists who have the experience of teaching play schools for more than 2 years. Okay. Before the play session, the baseline recording was conducted for about 2 minutes without musical activity, to conduct baseline collection of the physiological responses. During this time, mothers answered affective questionnaire. After that, the play sessions started. There are two different separate classes. In infant classes, the participants enjoy listening to music, singing songs, singing with gestures, and so on. On the other hand, in young children classes, listening to music, singing songs, singing with gestures, and playing the instruments. After that, during post-evaluation, the mothers again answered the same affect questionnaires. This is the scene of the young children class. You cannot see it, but we have recorded the motor patterns by using 3 different cameras and wireless heart rate sensors and sensorless milliwave radar system, and so participants can freely move. In this period, how can I say, the very earlier period of the session, but in the latter session, this class is very excited. I cannot play there. But on the latter part of the session, one of the children stand up and dancing, accompanied with the music. Very exciting class. Right. Okay. Okay. First, we examine the maternal subjective feeling through the experience of the musical activity. The positive and negative emotions score before and after musical activity was compared, and we found interaction between the time and affective dimension. Especially, we found increased positive affect score following the musical activity compared to pre-activity. On the other hand, we have no effect of the musical session and the negative effect of mothers. Also, age group of the children, so I mean the infant class or children class, was not associated with the subjective scores of mothers. And so, next to analyze, we integrate the infant class and children class participant. Okay. Next, we examine the individual differences of the changes in the positive affect and negative affect, and what psychological and behavioral traits are associated with the individual differences in the amount of the changes in this affect. In positive affect, parents with higher bodily awareness scores had more positive feeling from pre to post activity. On the other hand, regarding negative affect, parents with higher anxiety traits and higher parenting stress had greater reduction in negative affect from pre to post activity. Finally, we examined the relationship, the physiological, so I mean heart rate and synchrony of mother and infant child pairs and maternal affect. There's much index about the heart rate, but we first tried to calculate RRI synchrony between mothers and their children using a 10-second time window with 50% overlap during musical activity. And the cross-correlation analysis revealed the relationship between the positive and negative affect. Regarding positive affect, there are marginally positive correlation between the RR synchrony between mother and infants and children, and amount of the increase in positive affect. On the other hand, in negative affect, the significant negative correlation between the RR synchrony of mothers and infants and children and decrease in the negative affect of mothers. Okay, summarize. We have found 3 points. First, the musical activities with infants or children positively affect by the subjective feelings, especially the positive affects dimensions. Secondly, different psychological traits associated with the amount of the effect of musical activity on maternal affect. Regarding positive affect, the high-level awareness of mothers is related. And negative affect, the trait anxiety and parenting stress is associated. Finally, the parent-infant-child heartbeat synchronization associated with increased parental positive affect and decreased negative affect. Okay, now we are considering about why is physiological synchrony important to enhance maternal positive affect and decrease in negative affect. Previous studies has found that from the very early period of the development, mother and infant physiological synchrony is observed in different modalities, including temperature, or immune function, and arousal state. Okay. Furthermore, one previous study has shown that in natural mother-infant interaction, vocalization and affect synchrony between mothers and infants is the most strongly predict heart rate synchronization between mothers and infants. And so it is possible that under the environment with music, enhanced vocal affect synchronization between parent and children, which in turn modulated the parent's subjective emotions. But to support this assumption, we have to integrate different physiological and motor index to explain the more infant and children's emotion and affective state during musical activities. We just now introduced the heart rate synchrony, but we also collect the respiration and the motion, and so also we are now analyzing the infants and the children's behavior, including emotional expression and attention or something like that. Okay. Finally, the more longer future direction. To achieve the goal about that ensure the mental health of parents and children, there might be different approaches, but we strongly focus on the preventive approaches. So we need a population-based approach. So we are now developing a new field to get big data, not only the laboratory setting, but more we have to participate in the field where parents and infants and children live in. Okay. By using such big data, we try to implement an individualized personality parenting support program using music by integrating of the psychological and social factors, types of musical activities, and physiological motor dynamics in musical activity, which can effectively predict and minimize negative effect and maximum the positive effect of both parents and infants and children. That's all. Thank you.
So we have first question from Professor Koch. Over there, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Tanaka. I salute you for your work, and I think it's very important and very beneficial. I have so many questions, I will try to nail it down to my most pressing one. The individuals who interact with the parents and the children, you showed this one short video where there was a man making the music and singing. Are those psychologists or music therapists? Can you tell a little bit more about this? I'm asking this also because I wonder about finding methods to increase the mood even in those mothers who have negative moods. And music therapists often have certain techniques of reaching this goal. So for example, in music therapy, typically the therapist will pick up the patient, the depressive patient, or a patient in negative mood with more negative sounding music, if you will, so something that the patient can resonate with, and then step by step go over to some positive sound. Just one thought. Have you thought about this? Who is doing the interventions, and what are your ideas about, I mean, getting even those with a negative initial mood to get more positive? Because that should be, I completely believe that should be possible.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very important question. At the current stage, we did not participate in the, how can you say that? No music therapist did not participate in this study because all of the participants were very healthy and very, how can I say, okay. I show the result on the, as you seen in the result, the negative affective score is very lower, even before the musical activity. So in this population is very healthy and very, how can I say, like musical activity and high motivation to parenting. But as you said, maybe there we need different approaches to, especially for the therapeutic approaches, because there are many mothers who suffer from depressive state or high stress and loneliness. And so in such population, we have, how can I say, so the first step is to detect such high-risk population by using such predictive approaches, for example, including some screening check or some mood during the perception of some music or something like that. But we focus on the preventive medicine, and so during the very early stage of the parenting, the experiences of the sharing positive emotion is very big factor for parents to motivate and increase efficacy of parenting. And so to make such situation, we focused on not only the clinical group, but also we first try to the population-based approach. Yes, thank you.
So do we have another question from the audience?
If the mother and the child synchronize without music, the positive effect will be diminished.
So do you mean the effect of the synchronization is only limited to the musical activity or not?
Yes.
Okay. No, in this study, we did not check, but in previous study, regardless of the music or not, the physiological synchronization is created with the sensitive parenting and coordinated and harmonious interaction between mothers and the infants. And so the music is one of the environmental factors to coordinate, how can I say, the scaffolding of the scaffolding of the smooth interaction between mother and infants, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have a question as well. You mentioned that there was a violinist and a percussionist as the musicians.
Okay.
Were there any differences in the effects you find for the different instruments that were being used?
Interesting question. I don't know, but so do you mean the effect of the instrument or the? Interesting.
I would expect, for example, there is more synchrony or more body movement if it's a percussion compared to like a violin, for example.
It's possible. We have to measure the body movements of the, how can I say, the field that camera can capture is limited, and so the mothers and children could not run around the room or the jumping or something like that, but it is possible that the activity types and the instrumental differences affect the children's and parents' reaction, but we did not collect the data, so we would like to examine. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the audience? Oh yes, there's also one, yes.
I guess I missed, but can I ask about the musical experience or musical training of the mother? Have you measured such kind of the experience, or have you find some effect the musical training in mother?
For parents' side,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we did not collect the parents' side musical experiences before the childbirth. Just we collect the experiences of the home musical activity with infants and children, and so I think that it might be very big factors because how can I say? After musical session, I hear that some, not all, but some parents have great experiences of the music, including the piano or singing song or other musical instruments, and so it could, how can I, affect the maternal behavior, maternal physiological responses, right? And so such factors also affect the physiological and behavioral response of infants. And so, we have to record the information next.
Thank you.
So there's a question from the online audience. If I understood correctly, so you looked at the synchronization between the mother and the child, but are there also any synchronies between the child with another mother, for example?
Yeah, I would like to examine, but still not yet. The one previous study has found that similar to this context, but some groups of infants participate in the live concert or watch some movie maybe, compared to watching a movie condition, in live concert condition, the heartbeat synchronization between infants were higher, and so it is possible that especially in the musical activity phase, the heartbeat synchronization increased among the children or all of the members participated in the musical activity. Yeah, I will try to check it. Thank you.
So last question over there.
Thank you, very insightful talks. And I was wondering, what do you think of the singing? So because for the younger children, a large amount of hours that children sing with parents. So what do you think of the singing behaviors?
In this
not only this presentation, generalized, what do you think of your ideas of that activities? I guess the singing is very important with a parent. Yeah.
Okay. We collected the data about the musical experiences at home, but with questionnaire survey to mothers, but with how can I say? This data were not related to the heartbeat synchronization or maternal effect, but I think the singing. I don't know whether the singing is specific greater power of the coordination between the mother and infants, young children, because as I showed some videos, not only singing but also the moving, the body movements or some other rhythmic activity is also important. And so I think more general musical activity itself is very important for the making some prediction of each other's behaviors, not only for singing, but also general effect, I think. Yes.
So thank you very much, Dr. Tanaka. We'll have to move on. Thank you. Yes, so our next speaker is Dr. Takahashi, who will be giving a talk on beat synchronization and beyond in rats. So the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Daikoku-san, for organizing this wonderful symposium. And thank audience. I didn't expect these many audience on Sunday afternoon. And I'm very excited to meet Stefan Kelsch, Professor Stefan Kelsch. So he's my legend in this field. Okay, so I'd like to talk about something about beat synchronization in rats. First I'd like to introduce myself. So my background is mechanical engineering, so please do not ask a difficult question about music. I'm not a musician. So when I was a grad student, I belonged to a micro-machining laboratory. So I was making an electrode array by myself and bring it to the medical department and ask medical doctors to have my electrode implant in the animals. So that's how I started neuroscience. Then I'm interested in animal behavior. And on one side and the other side, we are interested in some more micro-scale neural activities and do something like hobbies. So I just control or embody the cultural neuron with robots, and this is what we are doing and what I have done to date. So we recently found that rats do show beat synchronization. So Darwin also believed that animals perceive music as we humans do. And but at his age, he have what he could do was to observe animals. Now we have some technology, more technologies. So we know the fact that we can have some beat synchronization ranging between 0.5 to 4 Hertz. And what is interesting is that the most common musical tempo is 120 BPM, which is around 2 Hertz. So I came up to two different hypotheses. One is that this beat tuning at 2 Hertz is caused by body. So as we all know, our step frequency in walking is around 2 Hertz, right? So music is developed at that range. And the second hypothesis is that the beat tuning is made by brain. So we can have some brain synchronization, something like alpha wave or a beta wave, gamma wave, something like that. And these waves are common in all animals. So if the first hypothesis was correct, then rats do show beat synchronization in past music. But if the second is the case, the rats show beat synchronization to the original music as we know. Okay, so let's see what happens. So what we put, okay. Yeah, someone is very suspicious. So let's see. Accelerometer on the top of the head and just see the movements. And what we found is this is the experimental setup. So we measure acceleration and we quantify jerk. It's a derivative of acceleration. So, and we found that some rats, not all of the rats, do show beat synchronization. So their movement was entrained by music when at the original music. When we speed up the tempo, this kind of beat synchronization disappears. But we submit this paper in Science, but we are rejected because some reviewers said that our finding was too small. I mean, the beat synchronization is very different from human beat synchronization because in terms of the scale. So what we argue, we argue against that criticism that rats' beat synchronization is small because they are four-leg. So the posture is too stable. So we make some additional experiment. This was on YouTube and was very buzzy. Yeah, we put the water pot on the ceiling and train the rats to have a biped stance. Then, yeah, beat synchronization becomes enlarged, and we made an appeal to Science, but it was not acceptable. Anyway, so this is Lady Gaga and Queen. But yeah, this was just fun. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So what was more? Yeah, we did another crazy experiment. We asked all of my students to do rats experiments. Yeah. So we put the accelerometer on the top of the head and asked students to bob their head. So because his bob heading is very precise, her bob heading is something like low energy. So I mean, because she only moved their head at the first tempo. And third one, this one is chaotic. We cannot predict head movement. Anyway, what we found is that this pattern of head movement is very similar between rats and humans, only in original music. What happened is that, so we just take the z-score of the acceleration, and what we found is that, so first, so we present the music, then both rats and human watch and see. And then they capture the rhythm, then they start head bobbing. So, and this one could not see in the slow tempo, and neither in high tempo. So, yeah, we can see that 120 BPM is some magical number. Okay, so let's see in the neural activities. Actually, I'm a specialist of the electrophysiology, and we put the many electrodes in the rat's auditory cortex and see what's happened. So we just play the music in original tempo, 200 double tempo and quad tempo, and then what we found is that again, 100 the original tempo at 100% was very good at entraining the neural activities. But the music itself was too complicated to analyze, so we just use a more simple stimulus. So it's something like something like that. It's very simple rhythms. And we make this tempo at 60 BPM, 120 BPM, and 240 BPM, and 480 BPM. And what we found is that, again, 120 BPM tempo entrained neural activities. And we reasoned that adaptation dynamics in the auditory system is very important. So we just fit we just fit the kernel function of the adaptation, something like right lower corner. This is the fitting, so we can see we can have some optimal kernels. And then this current function explains the neural beat at 120 BPM. So why this can have, so this kind of studies were not the first. Yeah, so there are some similar studies, and some kernel function of adaptation were proposed. And our kernel function was the red line on the right top inset, and the other one is exponential decay or more slow decay. So we test that which kernel function can best predict the neural activities to the random rhythm sequences. And we use 64.200 and 632 ISI random sequences. And then which one could best predict, which kernel function could best predict these neural activities. What we found is that it depends on the each kernel functions. I mean, so our model is best at 200 millisecond ISI. The other one is good at 64, and the another one was good at 632. This is not very interesting because each model has a good performance range. So what we did next is that we investigated the database of music and examined which interstimulus interval was used most frequently. And we found that music has typically use a 200 millisecond ISI interstimulus interval, and which is matched to our model. So this means that the adaptation dynamics of the rats can the basis of the music. That's my claim. Okay, so anyway, so backing to the hypothesis, our data support the second hypothesis, and probably because of the adaptation. And what we are doing next is that, so people wants to believe that music is good for our health, and probably to our brain or intelligence. And Nature paper back in 1993 reported that our IQ improves by 8 to 9 points. And this is called Mozart effect. So this Mozart effect was replicated in the rats experiments, but some people don't believe this, and neither to me. So what I was, so they don't explain why the maze solving task have something to do with the music. So there's no clear hypothesis. So that's why I don't like this maze studies. But okay, let's see then how then, so we are now interested in information processing capacity in a brain. So this one is inspired by AI studies, specifically called reservoir computing. And what we did is that we make an input of random sequences called UT, and then in response to this UT, our brain or any neurodynamical systems may respond in XT. And we take the linear regression and then emulate the target function Z. So if we can emulate Z in terms of square error, then we can say that this dynamical system, or the brain, has an information processing capacity of Z. So this is the definition. And what we did is that we make a group of Z with orthogonal polynomials. This is mathematical techniques. And in order to sum up all of these information processing capacity to quantify the total IPC or comprehensive IPC. So this is what we did. Yeah, we just make a random sequence input and then get some neural activities in the auditory cortex of the rats. So this is the experimental data. The top row is the stimulus sequences, and the bottom is the neural activities from each electrode. So we can record from 100 electrodes simultaneously. So what we found is that we can somehow quantify the information processing capacity. So which means they do have this kind of information processing. And yeah, it's very complicated, so I skipped the detail. But first order IPC means linear memory. And then second order IPC is non-linear memory. And then we can have third and fourth and fifth, something like that. So what is good for having an IPC is that we can use this dynamical system for computation, something like logical operation. So we can use the auditory cortex of the rats for AND or XOR logical operation. Okay, so to sum up, I told 3 points. So beyond species, adaptation dynamics is very important for beat tuning around 2 Hz. And the second, I introduced IPC for quantifying the brain tissue, and which can predict any computational task performance with this tissue. And third one, this external stimuli can promote IPC development, but this was irrespective of stimulus organization. So I think this suggests that IPC structure in the brain is predetermined. So thank you for your attention, and this is my team. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this interesting talk. So again, any questions? So we have one from Professor Koch again.
Yes, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. I think your engineering work and your work with the animals is very sophisticated and highly admirable. I think, however, I have a feeling that you use in engineering the term synchronization very different than in psychology. Let me give you one example of what I mean. I think, so for example, if we switch the lights on and off and on and off and on and off and on and off, then the pupil of the rat would dilate and contract and dilate and contract and so forth. And I think that's what you call synchronization. You would say then the rat's eye synchronizes to the beat of the music. In psychology, that's not what we mean with synchronization. We mean something very different. In psychology, we mean a more active process when we say synchronization, not just a reaction. And the key measure to assess this more active process is to see when the movement starts. Because when humans synchronize to music, to a beat, they start moving before the beat. When we clap, we start musing already before the beat. And you could see this beautifully in your videos of the head bobbing, where they started bobbing before the beat. And if I saw the data correctly of the rats, then the rats start moving after the beat. So in this regard, I still think that beat synchronization in humans is very different from rats. But I think it's just a matter of how we use the term.
Yeah.
Can you comment?
That's FAQ. So yeah, and also we fight against the reviewer, and I hope that he's not reviewed. Okay. Yeah. It's very we examine the timing of the beat synchronization, both in humans and rats. And as you said, human was very predictive. This is obvious. So they do, their acceleration was prior to the beat timing. But in rats, almost simultaneous. But it's simultaneous, but not delayed. So yeah, so we cannot deny. So that's why we don't deny the predictive coding of beat tuning in rats. But yeah, as I said, so it was very how say yeah. Human is obvious, but in rats it was less obvious. Yeah, that's my answer.
Are there any other questions from the audience? Yeah.
I'm interested in the music exposure experiment, and is there any difference in that behavioral response between among normal music or shift pitch or rhythm shuffle?
Interesting point.
And
yeah, but we didn't make any examination on that. So yeah, I cannot answer about that. So yeah, we just studied the neural activities, not behavior. Yeah. Thank you for your suggestion.
thank you.
Any other questions? Yep, there's one over there.
Thank you very much. This was a very interesting presentation. And my question, or maybe it's a suggestion, but at the beginning you chose the music of the tempo of 120 beats per minute, and starting from that you did the research. But I'm trained in more classical music, and they're slower music, and even in that Mozart sonata, there are slower movements, and even in other pop music or jazz music, there are music called ballad and very slow andante kind of music. So did you do a similar study in those slower tempo music, or do you have any plans to do the same study in slower tempo music? That's my question.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. So, yeah, what I claim it was that this is only the mean. Yeah, so as you said, so the music has a very wide variation in terms of tempo. Yeah, and I think that so music is activities of trial and error, which tempo is impressive to our brain. So yeah, so just try and tempo. So all of the tempos are tested, and consequently, so we have a mean at 120 BPM. That's my answer.
So there's one question from the online audience. That is, so in humans we have alpha, beta, and gamma oscillations, and the question was, is there something similar for rats? And if I may add to that, is this how would these frequency bands also affect beat perception?
In terms of tempo,
right? The oscillation itself.
So what I show is that temporal dynamics, and alpha, beta, and gamma maybe is a very stable oscillation. So yeah, so transient dynamics is something different from that kind of resonance frequency. So yeah, so what we show is that so this is this kernel function only in that 250 millisecond, right? So yeah, that's why I think that this is a little bit different from alpha, beta, or gamma, something like that. Yeah. So, yeah.
And there's also any other questions from the main hall audience, right?
Thank you. Regarding to the ecological validity and also from the evolutional perspective, my question is like, what is the function of the such kind of beat synchronization behavior in rats? And also, did you find some similar behavior in the daily life in the rats?
Daily what?
Daily life of the rats.
In beat synchronization?
Yeah. Otherwise, they don't need to use such kind of ability, and then you don't need to have such kind of ability, right?
I don't know, but yeah, the frequent answer is that social bonding. Yeah, so
they're using the USB vocalization, right? So, and then probably you said they synchronize the vocalization or not?
Not in the vocalization, but yeah, in synchronization in general to health. It's good for synchronizing to promote social bonding. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my hypothesis.
You find something in the daily life of the rats?
Yeah, actually we pair the rats and present music. I think 3 hours a day.
But this is very artificial situation, right?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, and after that we make some social preference test. Then music works. They get more friendly.
Okay, let's discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so there's also one last question from an online audience. That is, so Sensei, you showed that the rat can react in its brain when hearing music created by humans. Is the effect similar when hearing the cry of animals? So for example, if we replace music with bird song, would we also see a similar effect?
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the question.
So now Sensei, you showed the effect using human music. But what if we change it to animal cries? So like a bird song, would we still get a similar effect?
Yeah, that's what I want to do. So I like to find music for rats. yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, but what I want to say is that music evolves the brain dynamics, at least inherited from the age of rats. So that's my take-home message. Thank you.
With this, thank you very much again, Takahashi Sensei.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello, everybody. Thank you. My name is Shinya Fujii. I'm associate professor from Keio University, and I am a researcher, but I'm also a drummer. I wish I could bring my drum set here and play drums in front of you guys, but I couldn't. So I prepared my video playing drums. So please enjoy that. Thank you. So this is the stage on the campus, and the data behind me was the data set from the Odakyu Railway when they passed by the stations, and I collaborated with the Odakyu station. So that's, how it works. And why I played this video? Because I'm interested in the groove in music as a drummer and also as a researcher. When I play drums, I always think about the groove in music. So what is groove? So when I play drums, I emit the sound wave. especially focusing on the rhythm. And then by emitting this sound wave of the rhythms, audiences catch this sound wave through multiple sensory inputs. For example, auditory information, visual information, and tactile information. And then very interesting phenomenon is people feel groove sensation from the sound. So groove is currently, there's multiple definitions about the groove, but currently the working hypothesis is groove sensation is pleasurable sensation of wanting to move. So it's an auditory domain, but a lot of influences on the movement, so embodiment. So, and also I catch the groove sensation of the audiences, and as a drummer, I'd like to understand more why there is a lot of individual differences in groove sensation. That's the current, the topic of my talk today. So when I look back the groove study, previous groove studies, so there's a lot of insights we get from the past studies. So for example, what kind of music elicits the groove experiences, and also what the type of the concept we have so far, and then how we can measure the groove sensations. But today, I'd like to focus on the characteristics of the listener. And my question of today's talk is how individual differences emerges in groove sensation. So for example, one of the audience is very, dancing when you listen to the rhythm, but some of the individuals show not so much movement. So I'm interested in why that happens, how that happens. So today I'm gonna talk about the 3 ongoing studies, what we are doing right now. Number 1, it's about the precision of the prediction. Number 2, I want to talk about neuromelanin MRI. And number 3, I'd like to talk about in-ear EEG neurofeedback. So let's start from the first topic, precision of predictions. So here, a question is, what kind of rhythm elicits the groove? So previous study by Videk et al. Show rhythm complexity may explain the groove sensation. So here, I want to play 3 types of rhythms. So please rate how much you want to move or how much you feel pleasure. This is the first one. Do you want to move? What about the second one? How about the third one? Right, so these 3 are different in terms of the rhythmic complexity. So medium one have the medium degree of syncopation. When we rated the groove sensation from these rhythms, we feel high groove sensation from the medium degree of complexity. So previous studies have shown inverted U-shaped function we can see between rhythm complexity and groove sensation. So groove sensation is enhanced in moderate level of rhythmic complexity. Why? So here, there is a theoretical model of groove sensation. So when we listen to rhythm, for example here, there is a score like this. Da 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 da. Then you feel this beat. Da 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 da. So when you listen to this sensory input, you predict the beat. Da 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 da. Sometimes you can da 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 da. So you can imagine multiple organization, temporal organization with the beat. So this is called the meter. An interesting phenomenon here is when you hear these rhythms, you predict the beat timings here. And then when syncopation happens, very interesting is there's no stimulus there, but you still, predicting the beat position. So here, prediction error happens depending on the rhythmic complexity. So more complex rhythm, more prediction error you can get. But at the same time, if the rhythm becomes complex, it becomes more complex to find the beat. So for example, if I play like a lot of syncopation rhythm like, this is simple, but if I play a lot of syncopation is sometimes difficult to feel the beat. So how we explain the groove sensation? So right now, researchers thinking maybe groove can be explained as the precision-weighted prediction error. So when we multiply these two functions, we can get the U-shaped functions. So here, then I have the question here. How can we enhance the groove sensation? So maybe if we predict more, we can get more groove sensation because the precision of prediction becomes higher. So this is a model of predictions. So based on this theoretical model, our hypothesis is this. So groove sensation can be decomposed into degree of syncopation and precision of prediction. And then if there's individual differences in groove sensation, then this could be explained by individual differences in precision of prediction. Because degree of syncopation is in a stimulus, so it's the same, but each individual field is different. And then I hypothesize which could be, come from the precision, individual differences of precision. And then, if so, we thought that it can be assessed by the slope and the intercept of the bottom function, and also can be related to the musical background of individuals. So we did an experiment, and then this is led by the Tomohiro. And the participants was 19 university students. And then stimuli was 15 drum patterns in total from Vitek et al. And then there were three degrees of rhythmic complexity, low, medium, and high. So the task was they rated the groove sensation of these 15 drum patterns. So how much pleasure you feel and then how much you want to move to the rhythm. And then we also get the musical background questionnaire using the Japanese GMSI, which is the Goldsmith Music Sophistication Index, and also the BMRQ, which is the Barcelona Music Reward Questionnaire. And this is a typical example of groove rating. So we provided 15 rhythmic complexities, and then they rated the groove. And then we can get the U-shaped function from it. So this is a fitting curve. So then, from this data set, we decomposed these results from as the multiply functions of the degree of syncopation and precision of the predictions. Because the degree of syncopation is the same across participants, we can estimate for each of the participants how much precision of prediction they have. So from this fitting curve, we can get the slope and an intercept. So by estimating these variables, we're interested in how much these two variables are related with the musical background. So here is the observed results of groove ratings. The mean function is, as seen in the previous study, it's U-shaped function, but there are huge individual differences. And then from these results, we decomposed and then we estimated certainty of precision for each individual. So the slope and intercept is very, diverse across individuals. And after that, so we investigated the correlation between precision certainty and musical background. So this vertical axis here, not axis, the estimated certainty of precision, how much they related to the musical background. So we found relatively high correlation in the active engagement to music. This is get from the Gold MSI. And also, intercept is highly correlated with the sensory motor factor in BMRQ. And then this is the correlation plot here. So this suggests the slope may be related to the active engagement factor in Gold MSI. So if you actively engage in music, maybe you might you can predict the rhythm more, even from the more complex rhythm. So that is what this figure means. And also we found a correlation between intercept and the sensory motor factor in BMRQ. So slope means the overall you have the higher predictions for every rhythms. And this BMRQ score is the sensitivity to the music in general they show. And a sensory motor factor is how much you tend to move to the music overall. So we think this is kind of, makes sense for me to understand the individual differences. All right, so this is the first point. All right, so the second point, I'd like to share the neuromelanin MRI. So individual differences in neuromelanin. So why we have the individual differences? Previous studies have shown groove sensation and brain activity is related with each other. So this middle figure shown here is when we feel the groove sensation is related to the enhanced neural activity in basal ganglia. And also, when we feel pleasure, dopamine release is found in the basal ganglia. So maybe activity and dopamine releases in basal ganglia may explain the individual differences of groove sensation. So we thought, how can we assess the individual differences of the basal ganglia functions? And then we focused on the recently developed technology called the neuromelanin magnetic resonance imaging, which is sometimes called NMMRI. So this can be done using the MRI. And then this is a typical example of the NMMRI. And then, for example, dopamine release function is decreased in Parkinson's disease patients. And then by using these technologies, we can detect the decrease of the dopamine-related neurons is decreased here in the patient's group. And then this measure is correlated with the actual dopamine release. So we thought, why don't we use this technology and to see the relationship with the groove sensation? So our colleagues Takahide Etani and Shinichiro Nakajima, we collaborated with each other and then quantified the neuromelanin signals in substantia nigra. And then 31 healthy people participated in the experiment, and then they rated. We used the 4 high groove and 4 low groove music excerpts. And then they rated the groove of music, used pleasure and wanting to move scales. And we assessed neuromelanin using NM-sensitive MRI. And we analyzed these variables using the multiple regression analysis. So dependent variable was the groove ratings, so pleasure and wanting to move. And then we put neuromelanin MRI signals as the independent variables. And also the musical excerpt group. So because we use 8 excerpts, high groove and low groove, we also put that as the independent factors. So this was the results from the multiple regression analysis. So when we tried to explain wanting to move rating, we found a significant result from the music excerpts, but not for the neuromelanin. So what this means? So high group music excerpts induced higher wanting to move rating. So this is kind of, replication of the previous study. So high group music elicits the more high rating of the wanting to move. But neuromelanin didn't explain the wanting to move, the ratings. On the other hand, we found the significant relationship with pleasure ratings. So here, neuromelanin signals explain the pleasure rating of the individual. So even though it did not, reflect how much you want to move, but you may feel, pleasure even though you don't move, right? So neuromelanin MRI signals may be related to pleasure rather than the want to move. So that's our results. All right, so this is the result of, and this is a correlation. So individual differences of the neuromelanin CNR may be related with the pleasure. All right, the last topic, in-ear EEG neurofeedback. So this is the cutting-edge technology which is developed by V Inc. So this looks like the earphones, but we can measure the EEG from this device. And then there's the electrodes in the back of the neck, and also the ear tips is the electrodes. So by putting these earphones, you can measure the EEG, but at the same time, you can create the auditory feedback based on the EEG signals, brainwave signals. So I use this device and then created the neurofeedback, real-time neurofeedback, decoded neurofeedback, using this in-ear EEG. And so this is how it works. So measuring the EEG, record the EEG signals, and then analyze it, and then estimate the groove sensation of each individuals. And then depending on the signals, we real-timely change the auditory feedback and then try to enhance the groove sensation for each individuals. So question here, can we enhance the groove sensation utilizing the individual EEG dataset or not? So we did an experiment led by Takahide and Sotaro, and 10 healthy participants, individuals participated in this experiment. And then they listened to 6 types of music, 3 high groove pieces like this.
Yeah, Funky Hobo #1, Louis G, coming at you. Sing it, Louis.
And also low groove pieces. Maybe not want to move, but maybe feel the pleasure from it, and then record the EEG during listening to this. And then they also rated the groove sensation, and especially only the wanting to move, how much you want to move. And using on the ratings, using the data from ratings, acoustic features of the playlist, and EEG data, we created models for each individuals. So model 1 was using only the acoustic features. So from a lot of musical pieces, we selected the closer features from the music database, and then we created the model 1 to estimate the groove sensation. And in model 2, using the last model, we use the EEG dataset. And then combining the subjective rating of groove, we estimated the state of listening to high groove or low groove music. And then we created the playlist. Using the model 1, for example, this is the kind of list of the song like Stevie Wonder, Parliament, and then, so we created a ranking from the dataset. From the acoustic features. So over 7,000 songs, we created a playlist only using the musical features, like groove increasing playlist, but without the EEG, or groove decreasing playlist without EEG. And we also used the model 2 and then combined with the model 1, and then created a playlist, 2 playlists, groove increasing playlist with EEG, and then groove decreasing playlist with EEG. And this is the results. So, wow, successfully. We have to do more testing, but so far we are seeing wanting to move rating is increased by using this neurofeedback. So group playlist with EEG got the higher rating of wanting to move. And only using the acoustic features was still good, but compared with the EEG, it's better. And then negative feedback is also was not so high compared with the other conditions. All right, so let me summarize. So we are interested in the individual differences, and then I share the 3 ongoing studies. All right, so thank you very much. This is acknowledgement, and I'd like to thank all of the members of the Neuromusic Club. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for interesting talks. Okay, we have maybe 8 minutes. Are there any questions or comments from the audience?
About the second part.
Second part, yeah.
Melatonin, sorry. Yeah. I was wondering if, why do you measure the substantial nigra only, or did you measure also the VTA, ventral tegmental area?
We are actually quantifying the different region of interest. So not only the substantial nigra, but also the different region of interest, but not the ventral tegmental areas. Because this is a collaboration with the psychiatric doctors, so they wanna really interested in this substantial nigra because it's very important for the
Parkinson's disease.
Yeah, and also for example, schizophrenia. The patients with schizophrenia, this is very important part. So we also analyzing the patient's data set right now. So, but the region of interest is dependent on our collaborators which areas they're interested in. So that's how we decided which part of the brain.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So are there any questions? Okay, so I have a question. Sorry.
Vincent.
Vincent, please.
Thank you. Yeah. So also related to this study, so you found that wanting to move was not significantly related to melatonin release, but the pleasure of the music. So I was just wondering, is there a difference? So does this data suggest that the pleasure we get from music is not the same as the desire for moving? Like, would you claim that there is such a distinction, or do you think it's not so clear cut?
So based on these results, my guess is they may be dissociated with each other. So if it's the same pathways, we have to see the same tendency of the correlation. So, but that's our predictions. We might see, the correlation in both the pleasure and also the wanting to move, but we only saw the correlation only for the pleasure. So, but not for the wanting to move. So at least I think the neuromelanin MRI from the substantial nigra may be coding some aspects of pleasure, but not so much for the wanting to move. So that's my suggestion here. But we have to see more about if so, wanting to move is how it's processed. We haven't seen any correlation right now for this measure. So yeah.
I think it's interesting because from our study with Stefan, we find that the nucleus accumbens encodes the uncertainty. So the wanting part.
Huh.
That's why I think it's very very interesting how we don't find the same.
Could be. That's interesting. So yeah, uncertainty and surprise maybe.
In chords, of course, and now you're looking at groove. So it's that's why I wondered if it's the same or different. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Very interesting point of view. Yeah.
Okay, so one question comes from the online audience. The question is, how were the acoustic stimuli delivered to the subjects in the MRI environment?
Oh. It's the offline testing. So Neuromelanin MRI has been done in MRI, but in offline, they rated the groove. So it's separate. The assessment was separate. Yeah, it's offline rating. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So any other questions? Okay. So we have the...
Oh, yes.
Okay, so sorry.
This is a small question, just technical things, but I'm also interested about the EEG. And
EEG. Oh, yes.
So, but there is the cochlear microphonics. Is the cochlea produces the voltage inside.
Say it again.
Cochlear.
Yeah.
Produces the voltage inside. If you get the sound. Then I just wonder if this EEG just contaminated with such kind of cochlear microphonics. But this is very...
yeah.
I mean,
it's more technology side of the...
Yeah, technical things.
I think, but this company is doing a lot of, the technological, assessments of it and how we dissociate with the, actually coming from the sound or brainwave, and then they try to dissociate between the two. And then they tested, for example, providing the signal, acoustic signal, but measuring from a different side. And then whether the signal changes or not, for example. Yeah, and then they have been showing, I think, they're actually measuring the EEG. So that's so that's their, basic,
Okay, how much is it? Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a very important question.
Very important question. You can just, there's a, I don't know, you have to ask to the company, but, there's the forms to ask the price. Yeah. But compared to the, conventional, EEG, it should be, it's very, better price. Yeah.
Okay, so any questions? I see, this is the last question, maybe.
Fujii-san, thank you very much for your exciting talk. My question is, what do you think of development of group sensation? As Tanaka-san presented, I think children seem to have higher motivation to move by music compared to us. So I think there is a very large difference. How can your data explain about this kind of difference? Is sensory motor a factor related to this difference?
Very good questions. I think depending on which developmental course, I think the degree of prediction, like I said, the precision of prediction may explain the individual difference of group rating. And let we think about how much our predictions changes over the development. And I think we have more experience from the environment as we get, older. I think prediction may become much more, precise when we get older. But compared with that, the infants, for example, they still trying to develop what is going on in the, the environment. So I think, for example, this based on this model here. So this is our hypothesis. So here, I only show the example of the individuals show the more groove sensation here. This may come from more, prediction, precision, higher precision of the prediction. But one of the hypotheses could be this could change over the development. And if we show, for example, the kids or infants may show lower degree of predictions. So then, that's a good question though. Like the high groove, music, if we play that to the, the infants. But I don't know, based on this, they should show the lower ratings of the groove. I don't know, like for example, kids' musical pieces, if we adults listen to that, we still get the pleasure, but we wanna have more sophisticated syncopation sometimes. For example, I play jazz music and then I sometimes need a very complicated one to get my pleasure. So I don't know, like one of the interpretations is to investigate the developmental aspects of the precision of prediction. So that's one of the possibility, but many factors related with the development. Yeah. But thanks for your questions.
Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to move to the next presenter. Thank you very much, Fujii sensei. Thank you.
はい、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much.
Okay, so the next presenter is Ryosuke Tachibana from AIST. So the title of the presentation is From Bird Song to Human Song, a comparative perspective skilled vocal control. Okay, welcome to Tachibana sensei.
こんにちは。Thank you, Daikoku-san and the AI Center, University of Tokyo. I'm very honored to be here. Such a nice opportunity to talk about my study. So in this talk, I'm going to talk about mainly about singing birds. And then I will discuss about the share mechanism for vocal control among birds and human. And so my presentation is full of bird song examples, and please be relaxed and enjoy the sound. So before talking about the research, let me explain a little bit about the why I'm here. And when I was PhD student, I was doing the human research related to the pitch control. For example, I made this type of a kind of. How can I show this? There's a pointer like this. Yeah. This kind of small kind of musical instrument. You can change the pitch by finger, and I measure the brain activity during this type of pitch control. But last year of the PhD, I was looking for postdoc position, and then during summer holiday, I went to Berlin to meet with Professor Stefan Kirsch at the time. But at the time, I was also wondering if keep doing the human research or songbird research, jump into the songbird research. And I finally decided to do the songbird research, actually, because songbird is very attractive model for me for thinking about the song vocal control thing. So in 2015, I joined the project to translate this book to the Japanese. This book is written by Kirsch, Stefan Kirsch. This is why I'm here, probably. But, after 10 years of the songbird research, last year I came back to human study, and I'm now trying to integrate the songbird research and the human research. So the song performance, in the human also, the song performance required to learn the precise motor control of the voice, right? So vocal control. And then especially the voice acoustical feature like pitch and rhythm and the timbre. And songbirds are a unique model for such vocal control and learning, because they need to learn the song to copy other individual songs, mainly from father song. They need to copy the father song. This is why I'm going to talk about bird here. So at first, I provide some brief introduction about the songbird, and then I'm gonna explain about my findings on the vocal learning mechanism in the songbirds. Then I will discuss about experiment in the human vocal control, and then its similarity with bird song learning. Then I will briefly show some future directions. So now is the time hearing about bird song. Songbirds, large family. There is many birds in the songbird family, and they are almost all small bird species. They perform songs as a courtship behavior, the love song, and also the territorial behavior for the male-male competition. Usually songs have long sequence and a lot of brief syllables like this. For example, これを消さないとダメ？どうするんでしたっけ？こう？こう。はい。そう。This is the uguis, Japanese bush warbler, right? So, I forgot. Birds learn the song from their father, and I'm gonna show several birds. I wanted to show several birds here. This is the typical Japanese songbirds. For example, uguis and mejiro is like this. And the shijukara, Japanese tit. Eurasian wren, misosazai. Hibari. Very long. Isahiodori. Okay. These birds are songbirds. But on the other hand, these dove and chickens are not songbirds. They also have a remarkable vocal production, but they don't learn the song. Okay? Then, and their song is very complicated, complex, and very precise. I'm showing example songs from Eurasian wren, misosazai. This figure is a spectrogram. Horizontal axis is a frequency. Horizontal axis is a time, and the vertical axis is a frequency. It's like music score. And the upper three panel indicates the song recording from one bird. The bottom one is the recording from the other bird. Okay. As you can, let's hear them. For example, rendition 1 from one bird, the bird 1. Rendition 2. Almost the same, right? Then, so as you can hear, the one bird repeats the identical song and very precisely. But the other bird is like this. Sounds similar, but the sequence and the pattern is very different, right? Then next. So then such kind of song was learned, and the song learning can be divided into two phases. The first phase is the sensory learning. The juvenile bird carefully listen to the father's song and memorize the song in their brain. The second phase is the sensory motor learning phase. This is in this phase, the bird do song practice again and again, and several hundred times per day. Very much, they do very much. In this phase, by hearing his own voice, he gradually shaped the song to copy, to mimic the father's song. Okay. The time course of this kind of sensory learning and sensory motor learning is different between species. For example, the sparrow juvenile starts the sensory learning at the first spring and ends the sensory learning at the maybe early summer. Then they started the practice on the autumn like this. But in the zebra finch, kinkacho, they start hearing the They start hearing the sound, the song, from around maybe 10 days after hatching, until 60 days. But they start at the same time. They start the practice around 25 days and until 90 days after hatching. Then finally he gets the full song, complete song, a complete learning like this. Okay. Then how they acquire these complex song sequence? This figure shows the song change during the bird's development or sensory motor learning. At first, the birds sing very noisy and random patterns. Like this, you can hear this. We say this as sub-song. After a couple of weeks, the song becomes more sophisticated, but still variable like this. Weeks later, we say this type of song as a plastic song because it is still changeable. Okay? Then finally, the bird gets the full song like this. Sounds very, what do you say, sophisticated, right? No? So here, the variability of song structure and the song server and the structure is a key feature showing the progress of the song development. Right. Okay. Then, is this? Sorry. I wanted to say something. Here. But the variability is not just reflecting the poor performance or instability of the vocal control, but birds probably likely to actively generate the variability on purpose. When you look at the one syllable in a song like this here, and measure the fundamental frequency, and you will find some frequency is a little bit variable. It's hard to see, but you can hear. Please listen here. This is Bengalese finch's song. Here, this. Can you hear this syllable? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth syllable. Okay, the next one. A little bit lower, no? Can you hear it? Again? Oh, you can feel it. Then a little bit higher. So you have, they have some variability in the frequency, right? So this variability, interestingly, becomes a little bit larger when they are singing along. But when they are singing to the female, directly to the female, like this, then variability becomes smaller. Like this. Oh, I cannot see. Sorry. Like this. And also the one, the neural activity is one specific brain region named L-man promotes the variability. If the L-man activity is higher, then the variability becomes larger. And then the L-man is inactive, then variability is smaller. These observations suggest that such variability has some positive function of the vocal practice. So to assess how the variability contributes to the song learning, I used this experimental paradigm named noise avoidance experiment. The signal processing system detects the specific syllable and calculates its frequency in the real time. If the frequency is this is the kind of frequency measurement, and you have some variability, and then here is this threshold. If the frequency is lower than the threshold, then this system produces the brief noise, presented the brief noise like this. Then under this condition, birds start to change the frequency to avoid the noise presentation, presented noise. This figure is a typical example of this noise avoidance behavior. Before starting the noise presentation, you can see each dot indicates each song rendition, and you have the 3.3 kilohertz in average, like this, day 1, day 2, so day -2, day -1. But after starting the noise, they start to change the frequency of the song syllable like this to avoid the noise like this. This is interesting, right? So I use this experiment for testing how the variability contributes to the song learning. As a result, I found interesting relationship between the variability and learnability. Actually, in my experiment, I used the gap duration between two syllables and as a target, but basically the same as a frequency. But important thing is, as shown in this figure and this figure, if the variability is larger, then the learned change is large, like this, larger. You can see some correlation between the CV, the variability, and the learned change here. And then I did two different types of experiments, but I found same thing in both experiments. So first, I interpret this result as the variability can promote the learning. But how? So this is the kind of explanation of my hypothesis. I named this hypothesis as the exploration hypothesis. If you have larger variability, then you can search, you can explore the better performance, right? Then you go faster, or you go larger, and reach to the ideal state like this. But you have smaller variability. The learning speed or learning amount is smaller like this. This is an exploration hypothesis. So not only the noise avoidance experiment, but this is not my study, but Soba and Brainerd did this kind of very cute headphone experiment. The bird gets the small headphone like this, and then they hear their own song like this, but the song is a little bit lower or higher. The auditory feedback was shifted, and then they compensate. If the shift is the feedback is shifted up, then they started to shift it down their own song like this. Then in this experiment, they also find the larger variability of the frequency resulted in the larger learnability in this headphone experiment. So this study provides also the additional support for my exploration hypothesis idea in different experiment paradigm. Is time okay? Okay. Now, let me explain a little bit more about the algorithmic things here. The bird song learning can be regarded as the trial and error learning. This could be called as the reinforcement learning in the machine learning field. So the algorithm is like this. One, you want to explore you need to have the exploration by adding the motor variation in a motor command like this. Number one. Then number two, you need to judge that was okay or bad or something like that by on the feedback like this. Then number three, you need to update according to the feedback, the judgment, and then to correct motor command like this. This is a trial and error learning. The bird studies already have shown the possible neural mechanism in the songbird like this. So for exploration, the brain region L1 produces the variation signal to the premotor area. And then this goes back to the auditory feedback goes to the auditory area. And then this area evaluates the state. Then this goes to the basal ganglia or reward system to get the error signal and to produces the correction signal. Then this goes to the premotor area. Okay, good. This explains everything. Very nice. I'm very happy. But so how about human vocalization? So this figure shows the famous figure written by Pat Koo. She is the human baby researcher, and Alison Daub, who is the very famous songbird researcher. In songbird, you have production, the perception, and the sensory learning, sensory motor learning, sub-song, plastic song, plus full song. And then this is the end of the sensory learning like this. And in some aspects, there's some similarity between human and the song vocal development. And the human also have sensory learning and sensory motor learning. You have some the non-speech sounds like babbling, and also canonical babbling, and language-specific production, speech production like this. It's resemble to the songbird, very similar to the songbird. And also, they have human also have some capacity to learn the new language, right? It's very similar to the songbird sensory, the end of the sensory learning like this. So to assess in a human vocalization also, I did the headphone feedback experiment by myself in human. In this experiment, your voice feedback is shifted in, for example, one semitone, and probably by the signal processor, then I measure how your voice responded to such kind of shift. Then I found that this kind of canceling response or compensating response. For example, if I shifted down one semitone, then almost all people compensated for around 40%. Okay, 40% of one semitone. This is not perfect. Somehow a little bit smaller than the perfect. So, but this, the compensation ratio is different between individual. For example, one participant compensates completely, but one participant do not show any response. And many people just respond 40%. So what's the factor of this kind of individual differences? So from songbird research, I thought, okay, measure the variability and check if this variability and this compensation ratio can be correlated or not. So in this case, I measure the pitch fluctuation in one vocalization. And then if you have some small fluctuation like vibrato, like this, then this I measure this variability. And then compared with the compensation ratio. If the variability is small, then after shifted down, if you cannot find the ideal pitch like this, because the exploration range is small. But if you have the large, 5 minutes? Okay. And if you have the large variability, then you can find easily the ideal pitch. So then I measure the variability and the compensation ratio and find the correlation between these two. Okay, the findings suggest some bird and humans have common mechanism. I'm very happy with having this data, but still there is a mystery in human. I measure fluctuation in one vocal production, right? But in a songbird, the measurement is within trial, between trial by trial variation, right? So for getting more concrete evidence, I need to do some human vocalization, assess the human vocalization with a similar way with the bird study. So I will skip this, and so I need to say something about this. Sorry. So now I'm trying to find variability and learning signal from the vocal control in the human brain using the songbird paradigm, songbird study paradigm, and then apply the paradigm to the human study and then measuring the brain activity. So after getting these data, probably I will get the concrete, very nice evidence for the common mechanism for the songbird and the human. For this experiment, I get the nice grant here, and then my postdoc portion opens soon. Please, you want to come to my laboratory? So please ask me about this portion. So thank you. This is the end of slide.
Thank you very much for very interesting talks. And we have just 3 minutes, so that's why the short questions are very welcome. So any question? Please.
Thank you. Just a very I really like your talk. The question I have is, how flexible can the birds learn the songs? Can it learn from a different species? And by extension, can it even learn Twinkle Twinkle Little Stars?
Depends on the species. For example, Bengalese finches has a little bit larger flexibility, or some minor, common minor, kyukancho. has a very big flexibility. But some, for example, Uguis Bushwaver has a very limited flexibility to learning the new song.
Are you interested in teaching a bird to sing human songs? Would that be?
That'd be great. But in YouTube, you can find several examples in a parrot, but and also songbird minor. Yeah, that would be great. But it's hard to access such kind of the brain activity. If you want to measure the brain activity, you need to have a small, a little bit cheap animal, right? So the bigger I mean, if let me discuss about this. This is a long story.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, so any questions? Okay, please.
Is there a genetic factor to determine the variability?
This is interesting. This is interesting. I'm not sure. But in a human?
In songbirds.
In songbirds. Yeah, it's possible. Probably some family has the more variable song, and then some family is less variable song. It's possible. But I'm not sure about this. Yeah, that's a nice question.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 1 minute. Maybe the next will be the last questions. Okay, so I would like to move to the next presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so the next presenter is the Daniela Zamora. Hi, can you hear my voice?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes. Hi, Carol. Okay. So that the title of her presentation is synchronizing brains and bodies during joint music performance, behavioral and neural mechanisms. Thank you. I would like to invite you, and it's your stage, please.
Thank you very much, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you see me? I send greetings from Germany, from Leipzig today, and it's my pleasure to be in this wonderful symposium to talk about our work on piano duos and how we synchronize our actions. So when you perform music together, it's actually a balancing act because musicians have to fulfill multiple tasks. At the one end, they have to focus on their own actions. They have to program their own internal action plans and somehow segregate their performance from the others to stay focused on what they are doing. At the same time, they have to listen to the other. They have to take the external auditory feedback into account and have to integrate this feedback and these actions into their own action plans. So these are multiple goals, and we are interested in how the brain and the cognitive systems achieves fulfilling these multiple goals at the same time. There are numerous models of how this could work. I brought here just a graph of one model by Peter Keller. It's the Adam model, and it shows, for example, how you match your own key presses as a pianist with the tones produced by the others, and in case of a mismatch, certain adaptation processes come into play where you adjust your own surf internal models, partly also adjust them to temporal predictions of others' actions. The talk today will not go into the details of Adam. I will just use it as a framework to situate our research. And I will present 2 studies that we've done in piano duos on self-internal, other internal models. And all of these 2 studies will look into how musicians basically coordinate movements, sounds, and multiple brains when they synchronize their performance in groups. So study 1 will be an fMRI experiment where we looked into internal forward models that we run of our own actions and the other to achieve temporal predictions, and how we use these temporal predictions of these internal forward models to synchronize and to adjust our performances. The second study will be an EEG experiment where I dive into the phenomenon of interbrain synchrony as a potential mechanism of interpersonal synchronization at the behavioral level. So let's start right away with the internal forward models of the other. That's the work of Natalie Kohler, who is a PhD student in my group. So she is interested in how we temporally predict what the other is doing. And there are actually two accounts of how this could go, a sensory and a cognitive account. In the sensory account, we take into account the temporal regularity of the external sounds. Let's assume we have 500 milliseconds inter-tap intervals, and we adjust our taps to that, potentially via some oscillatory mechanism that entrains to the external sensory feedback and helps us then to anticipate what's coming and synchronize our sounds, our taps. My work today, my talk today will be on the other side. It will be on the cognitive account. That's, for example, models by Wolpert and by Peter Keller, who argue that internal motor knowledge and internal forward models help us to temporally predict. So in a way, they argue that we are not using necessarily the external sensory feedback, but we run the action of the other, or the action of what we are hearing in our motor system to anticipate when the sound will come, and then we time our taps to these motoric anticipations. And this is the idea of an internal forward model. The internal forward models are run for our own actions. That's basically where research has started back in the 1990s, that during action execution, we constantly predict the sensory consequences of our own actions via these models. So basically, it's a pre-play of the action to anticipate the sensory consequences. We then compare the actual consequences to the predicted consequences, and in case of an error, we can adapt the forward models or even the motor command. Now, back in 2023, the idea came up that we use these internal forward models not only for our own actions, but also for anticipating actions and action outcomes of others. So the same internal forward models also allow us to predict the sensory consequences of others' actions. We use our own motor system to simulate the other's action and to predict their consequences, to be able to adapt our own actions on time. The prerequisite for this to be possible is that we have motor familiarity with the other's action. So we need to have experience on how to perform this action to run these internal forward models in our own motor system. And this will be important in my talk. So when it comes to the brain, a couple of brain regions are very well known for running internal forward models. For example, the cerebellum has been reported very frequently for internal forward models of own actions. The premotor cortex is another region that has been reported as a simulator of familiar actions that we observe in others. So it's not yet when we perform with others, but it's the observation of others' actions. And you can guess what comes now. So our question is whether these brain regions, this architecture also transfers to interaction and how it is involved in joint music making. So would we find anything in the cerebellum and in the premotor cortex? To test these questions, whether pianists use internal forward models of the other to anticipate and adapt to their partner's actions during joint performance, we run experiments with piano duos. And the setup is always the same. So we have one pianist in the MRI scanner with a piano, and the other pianist is sitting outside on a normal MIDI piano. They are connected via audio, and they perform duets together. These are modified Bach chorales. The pianist in the scanner is playing the melody with the right hand. The pianist outside is playing the bass line with the left hand. So to make this possible, we've constructed a piano together with a piano manufacturer here in Leipzig. It's a real, well, actually grand piano, piece of a grand piano, just that it works with fiber optic cables to connect to a computer that then sends back MIDI to the pianist who is in the scanner. Here you have a little table. The piano is sitting on top, and he or she can see the keys, but also the scores. Here you see a little screen via this mirror system. Okay, the crucial manipulation in our experiment is whether the pianists have practiced the other's part before the experiment, yes or no. So whether they are familiar with the partner's part. So assuming, take the perspective of the pianist in the scanner, he or she has definitely practiced the melody at home because that's what they are playing all the time. But for half of the pieces, they had also received the scores of the bass lines and had performed them at home. They knew how to perform them, even though in the experiment they never played the bass lines. So it's just about the knowledge, the familiarity with the partner's part. The idea is now that we contrast brain activity, basically look into brain activity during the trials when they are familiar with the partner's bass lines compared to when they are unfamiliar. And what you see here is basically what's left over in the contrast. So these are motor areas that show higher activity when pianists are familiar compared to unfamiliar. That's premotor cortex in both hemispheres as motor areas, and you also see cerebellar activity. We found this pretty striking because actually what's happening, the pianist is always playing, no matter what, is always playing only the right hand. The only reason why we do see this difference can only be the knowledge of the partner's part, which is in line with an internal simulation and running of an internal forward model, a motor model of the other's part. In a second step, we use these brain areas here as seed regions in a functional connectivity analysis to see with which areas these regions connect more strongly when pianists are familiar compared to unfamiliar with the partner's part. These are the results. It looks a bit complicated, but in a nutshell, these motor regions, here you have these seed regions, essentially connect more strongly to auditory areas, like planum temporale, Heschel's gyrus, planum polare, and so forth, when pianists are familiar with the partner's part. This, again, is for us like a nice index that maybe this reflects these auditory anticipations, these auditory predictions that you can have based on your own motor knowledge of the bass lines. So our conclusion from that study was that indeed internal forward models of other produced actions are run in one's own audiomotor system. So the first part of the questions, do pianists use internal forward models of the other, would be answered with a tentative yes, and is argument for the cognitive account of temporal predictions. In the next step, we were interested, and this is a little excursion because that's brand new data, how the other's actions are actually represented in one's own motor system. Before, what I showed you is just an activity increase, but can we really show the representation of the other's actions? And we did tackle this question with a different type of analysis of the same data. It's a multivariate pattern analysis with a support vector machine where we try to decode the other's actions in one's own motor system. Now, how can this be done? Because basically they were always hearing the other's action and they were performing themselves. So we have three indices of what is tied to the other's actions. First of all, there's a matter of lateralization. So if we look into the brain. We know that the pianists were performing with their right hand, so the self. So anything that comes out in the left hemisphere is more likely to be based on one's own action, the execution of the right hand part. And when I say execution, I'm really talking about the primary motor areas like M1, hand area. But when it comes to decoding of the other, we are more likely to find effects in the right hemisphere that is controlling the left hand, that is never used, but maybe internally simulated, right? And when I say simulation, I'm saying that it's probably not necessarily M1 hand motor area, but a premotor area that is involved in the planning and simulation of others' actions. And then there is a third index that we can use, and that's familiarity. Because if the theory is right, pianists should only be able to simulate the other's actions when they are familiar with them. So we should see a difference based on the familiarity with the partner's part. Here come the results. So we did the MVPA, multi-voxel pattern analysis, in regions of interest, basically in M1, hand motor area in the left and right hemisphere, and premotor cortex in the left and the right hemisphere. And what I show you here are classification accuracies of which piece was played above chance level. So we put chance level to 0, so it's a difference here. And what you see is that we are able to decode which piece was played better in the left M1 than in the right M1, which is very much compatible with the self-related information of the ongoing right-hand execution of the melodies. You also see that this doesn't depend on whether pieces are familiar or unfamiliar. Of course, I mean, bass lines, because of the melody, are always familiar. Now, when we look into the premotor cortex, the pattern flips. Here, we do see generally stronger, better classification accuracies in the right than in the left hemisphere, which is more compatible with representations of the concurrent other produced left-hand bass lines. So we see this dissociation, and I think it's quite good preliminary evidence that we can tease apart self and other internal models in the brain. What didn't work out quite fully was this difference between familiar and unfamiliar actions. So you see here that classification accuracies were slightly higher for familiar bass lines than for unfamiliar bass lines. This turned out to be non-significant, though. We have some hypothesis of why this is the case. So, for example, they were always hearing the other's bass lines. And you know, in musicians, you have this tight audio-motor link. So it could be that even though they were unfamiliar, motorically unfamiliar with the bass lines, just these audio-motor links induced a motor representation that is indistinguishable from these internal motor forward models. So there we have to look further whether it's an audio-informed motor representation or a motor-informed, knowledge-based motor representation in future research. So the conclusion from this first half is that other produced actions seem to be indeed represented in the pianist's own motor system, but future studies should further clarify the format, audio-motor, of these representations. Which brings me to the end of the excursion and back to our original question. So we said, do pianists use internal forward models of the other? Yes, but do they use them to really anticipate and adapt to their partner's actions during joint performance? So to test this question, let's come back to our main experiment. We had a second manipulation. So on top of the familiarity manipulation, we also induced subtle asynchronies in the joint performance between these partners. So in the fraction of maybe 10 milliseconds. So it's very, very subtle. It's barely perceivable. And we had the idea that running your own internal models based on your motor knowledge would make you more susceptible to these subtle asynchronies, and would then have an effect on your behavior, on how you on adjustments of your own actions to these subtle asynchronies, to account for these subtle asynchronies. And we do see effects in the brain in one single brain area, and that's in the cerebellum, in the left cerebellum in lobule 8. we do see stronger activity. You see here the beta estimate, stronger activity when we have these mismatching partner actions, I call it, or these subtle asynchronies, compared to when performance is more synchronous. And this effect actually only happens when pianists are familiar with the partner's part. So when they are actually able to motorically anticipate when the other's action will come, and then they perceive the subtle mismatch. Then they show activity in the left somatomotor cerebellum. This left somatomotor cerebellum is again tied to the left hand, and it has been shown also to be important for the simulation of others' actions in a big review paper by King that came out very recently. So it fits, the region fits with what's out in the literature. Now, does this also show in the behavior? Yes, it does. So when you look at, this is behavioral performance, I can go into the details in the Q&A session. This is cross-correlation coefficients of inter-keystroke intervals. In a nutshell, when the bars are higher, pianists adapt more to the pianist outside. When the bars are lower, they adapt less. And we had expected that when they perceive these asynchronies, they would adapt more, but actually the opposite is the case. So pianists start to adapt less when they encounter these subtle asynchronies. And in a way, it makes sense, because imagine you have to play the piano in the scanner, lying on your back in supine position. It's a pretty tricky task. And then all of a sudden, the auditory feedback of the other doesn't match your expectations. So what happened is that in this case, our pianists in the scanner were just performing and let the other outside do the adaptation. So we see an asymmetry in general, that the pianist outside, who had the more natural body posture, adapted more to the pianist inside the scanner, and particularly in these situations. So in a way, these motor-based predictions, we can argue, of these other produced sounds modulate temporal coordination, even though they modulate them, in our case, in the opposite direction. But pianists use basically this auditory feedback matching process. So to conclude on that research question, do they use the internal models to anticipate and adapt? Yes and no. They use them to anticipate, but in our case, they did not adapt. But still, it's an argument for the cognitive account. All right, that was the first part. The second part will be shorter, and I would like to look into interbrain synchrony between partners. So that's the PhD project of Katarzyna Gubnowska in my group. So you know that brains of interacting people synchronize. And this interbrain synchrony between people has been argued to be a neurocorrelate of social interaction that actually may benefit and facilitate behavioral synchronization and coordination. And well, the way we would like to think about this interbrain synchrony is actually a cognitive one. So the optimal case is that there are some cognitive processes that are relevant for interaction. They somehow align, and that brings about this interbrain synchrony and facilitates social interaction. But there is a more trivial explanation, because usually when we are interacting with partners, we also have similar sensory input, especially when we are performing together, when we are performing music together. And we know that when the brain is exposed to a very rhythmic musical or also speech stimulus, the brain starts to track this external stimulus, which could then lead to kind of the impression that two brains that are tracking the stimulus similarly, that these two brains are connected. But it's actually an epiphenomenon of the shared sensory stimulus. The question that we have is, how can we tease these two apart? I mean, we would love to show that this is a cognitive origin. And that's pretty tricky, because there is hardly any musical interaction without shared sensory input. But there's one trick that we figured out together with Peter Keller and Giacomo Novembre. It's that we can capitalize on musical pauses in performance. as sort of a silent interaction. So when there are pauses, pianists are not just taking a break. There's a lot happening. There's a lot happening in these pauses. So we again have our setup with pianist 1 playing the melody, pianist 2 playing the bass lines with the left hand. So they're performing together. They are sitting in separate booths, but they are connected via audio. And we ask them to perform at 120 beats per minute. They are cued by metronome. Then they have a 2-bar pause. And then they have to speed up. They have to change tempo. So we indicate them that they have to change to a faster tempo, and they know exactly which tempo, 150 beats per minute. So what happens during that pause is that they have to plan the next entry, and they do so by keeping the previous tempo and by planning the new tempo. So what we wanted to show is, I mean, we excluded the shared sound and the shared sensory input, but how do we now align or misalign the cognitive processes in this pause? So for this, we played a trick to our pianists. In half of the trials, we gave them the same tempo instructions. So both received a cue, which was indeed a triangle on the screen that indicated that in the second part of the piece after the pause, they have to perform at the faster tempo at 150 beats per minute. They had practiced these tempo changes back at home. In the other half of the trials, we basically gave them opposite tempo cues. They didn't know that, and I didn't figure that out until the very end, we didn't ever tell them, actually. So one pianist got the instruction to perform at a slower tempo, in this case 96 beats per minute. And they never figured it out because we switched off the sound here in this part, yeah. But they planned. Actually, the idea is that they then plan different tempi, which misaligns the cognitive processes, it misaligns the timekeepers, and potentially, if really interbrain synchrony has to do something with cognitive processes, we should see a desynchronization. Not a synchronization, we should see interbrain desynchrony, I don't know whether this exists, in our pianists. So the question is whether the IBS, interbrain synchrony, in the pause would differ depending on whether the pianists plan to change tempo into the same or opposite directions. And it does. So we tested all frequency bands, so delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma, controlled for multiple comparisons. We used the envelope of the gamma frequency, for example, and we found that the envelope of gamma was particularly susceptible to this manipulation. So during the pause, when they are planning the same tempo in the second half, interbrain synchrony goes up, and when they are planning opposite tempi, interbrain synchrony goes down. So gamma IBS indeed differs depending on the temporal planning of pianists, depending on whether the cognitive processes were aligned or misaligned. This is as such a finding. We continued our analysis and showed that this effect was only found in real pairs, not in surrogate pairs. So we take the pianist 1 of diet 1 and pianist 2 of diet 2. We had in total, we had 14 pianist pairs. And we do the same analysis. We don't see this effect, which indicates that even though they all play at 120 beats per minute, all diets have the same instruction to speed up or slow down. Somehow they take the history, the micro timing of the first phrase here into account in their action plans. So they are not always perfectly at 120 beats per minute in their performance, and that's what they take into account. So really, it's an interactive process. And the third result that makes us believe that this is something meaningful is that the interbrain synchrony in the pause, so this effect here, predicted If the tempi in the second phrase after the pause matched, so whether they had both increasing or decreasing tempo, or whether they mismatched. So we also see this brain behavior correlation. So in total, this gives us pretty good first evidence that interbrain synchrony can have cognitive origins. It is not just an epiphenomenon of shared sensory input and can therefore be a mechanism of interpersonal coordination, has cognitive origins. To conclude, I presented you 2 studies on how we synchronize bodies and performance by potentially synchronizing our brains. The first one was the mechanism of internal forward models, the simulation and representation of others' actions in our own cortico-cerebellar audiomotor network can modulate how we coordinate with our partners. And interbrain synchrony could be a physiological mechanism, here in our case, particularly in the gamma band, for the alignment of internal timekeepers that can help us to adjust to partner-specific timing and to facilitate joint behavior. With this, I would like to thank my group. I would like to thank the collaborators, Peter, Giacomo, and Arno. And I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful study. And so I'm afraid, I am about to running out of the time, but I would like to accept 1 or 2 questions. So if you have some questions, please raise your hand. Professor Keros, please.
Hi, Daniela. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Pleasure to hear you.
Very nice to hear your talk. Very nice work. Thank you very much. So much. Just one question about this image left here. Right, simulation or representation of other. So how again do you exclude that it's merely representation when they have actually learned the left hand before? They play the right hand, but they have learned the left hand before. So what's the evidence that what you see then in the in the right premotor cortex is not just representation of what they have learned, but is actually simulation of the other?
Maybe then here it helps us that actually also when they haven't learned the other, we see the same effect. But honestly, you're right. We have to rerun the study with 1 additional condition: when they haven't learned it and when they don't hear the other. I mean, that's the next step to really show that it's the representation of the other. Now we are just basing our assumption on the lateralization, because. No, actually, the argument goes that it's because they have learned the bass line of the other that they can represent and simulate what's going on in the left hand. Oh dear, I think we have a lot of work ahead of us. Are you still there?
Yeah, he's still there.
I said thank you very much, Daniela. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So the last question is from here. Okay.
Thank you for your nice talk. So I have 1 question. So can you expand these results in the music making with more than 2 people? So I mean, in other words, so what do musicians simulate in the making music with more than 2 people? So a group of musicians, or simulate each musician and switching rapidly?
That's an excellent question. I cannot answer this question, but I know that there was a paper just a couple of weeks ago where Caroline Palmer and Peter Keller, they were essentially discussing this. So whether you form subgroups, and I mean, here we come to this debate whether it's the sensory account or the cognitive account, whether you really internally simulate or whether you use the auditory feedback of the other. And Caroline Palmer is very much on the other side, and she argues that this is a better model, a better theoretical background for also coordination in bigger groups. That's an excellent question. Yeah, I think we should. Well, that's going to be tricky with 3 pianists in the scanner.
Thank you.
Yeah,
okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sammler and Daniela. Thank you very much. And so, Daniela, so we have one question from online audience. Can I send it to you after this presentation? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so the title of his presentation is Robotically Assisted Reverse Engineering of Human-like Piano Playing. So I saw that Professor Iida, thank you.
Excellent. So we can start the presentation then. So yeah, well, first of all, thank you very much for organizing this workshop, symposium, and I really learned a lot of things today. And thank you, Tatsuya, for inviting me. And I understand I'm the only roboticist and engineer in this symposium, so I'm very privileged to represent what we're doing in the area of robotics. So my name is Fumiya Iida. I'm a professor of robotics at the University of Cambridge, and we have been working on piano playing robot in the last 5-6 years, and I would like to really share what we are doing in our laboratory. So what we are doing is we call this bio-inspired robotics. So we look at the cross-section between biology and robotics and what we can learn from nature to improve our technologies. But actually today's presentation is more about the opposite direction, how we can apply robotics technologies to understand the biological systems, especially humans. And here we're trying to understand what does it mean by playing piano or understanding music by using robotics technologies. So just to give you a bit of background of the study, so in the 1990s, there are lots of roboticists started building piano playing robots. And the reason is, this is a really interesting challenge for roboticists to imitate what humans can do. And typically what they do is, things like that. And now I can't really hear. So they make a mechanical system that plays the robot, plays the piano for various pieces. But of course, this is just imitating what the human is playing, but it's not quite similar to what human is doing while playing a piano. So, now we started doing this piano playing robots after 20 years from the conventional piano playing robots. And today we have a very interesting tools about studying human intelligence through the artificial intelligence technology. So I understood this symposium is a context of AI center activity. So we just need to think a little bit about what does it mean by AI and whether AI can actually understand anything about the human intelligence. And here is two examples of expressions. One of them is the word sentence about I think, therefore I am. And similarly, we have a piece of music that has an expression of a human auditory system. And now the question is, to what extent AI can really understand these two expressions. And we, especially in this particular talk, I want to look at, whether AI can really understand what does it mean by playing music, so listening to music and so on. So as we all know, this is the age of ChatGPT. So the first thing I want to try is, what the ChatGPT says about I think, therefore I am. And this is a typical response of a ChatGPT. When we ask what does it mean, it says, the sentence is a philosophical proposition by René Descartes, and so on and so forth. And it gives a lot of explanations you can find in the internet. And this is what the AI can understand in terms of the human sentences. And I just want to go a little deeper about these discussions about what does it mean by understanding in the first place. So there's a lot of discussion going on in the scientists, the researchers about artificial intelligence, and this is a kind of a common understanding at the moment, according to the Rodney Brooks talks and earlier this year. So what AI can do and what AI cannot do. So what today's AI is really good at is basically on the left-hand side of the slide. Basically, we have imitation, generation, memorization, reacting. So this is basically what ChatGPT is doing. So ChatGPT can do a lot of things human can do, but what they're doing is basically imitating what human is doing, and they're generating what human is doing and memorizing what human is doing and reacting to what human is doing. So, but on the other hand, what's really, really challenging for the future of AI is going more toward the right-hand side of the slide, which is basically innovation rather than imitation, and understanding rather than generation, and the reasoning rather than memorization, and the planning rather than reacting. And this is a real challenge. And of course, there's no real borderline between left-hand side and right-hand side. This is a very subtle difference from, for example, generation to understanding. Our robots can generate the sounds out of piano, but on the other hand, the robots never really understand what does it mean by understanding. What robots cannot really understand the music. But the borderline is very subtle, and the question now is to what extent AI can go from left-hand side to right-hand side, and that is the real question about many of the audience over here. What's the difference between what computers or robots playing music, or humans or other animals making sounds and making songs and music? So this is something I really want to understand or discuss with you in today's talk. So what we want to think about from a robotics point of view is that we try and do things compared to AI researchers. So AI researchers are actually trying to go from left-hand side to right-hand side with more and more data. If you feed in more data to the neural network or computers, they can go toward left-hand side, right-hand side more and more. But from our point of view, as a roboticist, we think that the embodiment is important. So the body can give us a lot about improving the performance of AI to do more things toward the right-hand side. And that's the kind of general message I want to give in my presentation. So embodiment, how embodiment can make our computers and robots better understanding about the various things that humans doing. So our research program is centered around this idea of embodied intelligence. So when we build robots, we usually think about three components. We have a task and environment, ecological niche. Then we have a physical body in the middle, and then on top we have a controller or information processing system. And this is corresponding to brain, body, and environment for animals and humans. And what we really want to focus on is the importance of the middle layer. Like, what is the physical body doing for the brain and the controller or information processing to be easier and better performing? And from embodied intelligence perspective, the brain is not always controlling the body, but actually brain is being controlled by body. And that is the kind of perspective we want to bring in. And this is something roboticists can actually contribute to understand our own intelligence. So what we want to talk about is how embodiment, the physical body, can structure the information processes in our brain or in our computers. And that is the kind of perspective I want to introduce by using a music playing robot. So, so how can we think about the information self-structuring from the body? I think that's the main topic I want to discuss in the last 10, 20 minutes. So we come back to this question. Actually, this was the previous talk was a very, very nice introduction of what we have been doing, actually. And what's really, really annoying for roboticists is the time delay we always have in physical world, right? We always want to control everything as quick as possible, as slow, as no delay as possible. But that's not actually happening in our physical world. And if we think about our own body and humans and animals, we have a central brain as up in the top of our body, but then this is communicating with our spinal cord, and most of our muscles are connected to our spinal cord. So without understanding spinal cord, we cannot really understand our emotions. And then the signals go to the muscles and the musculoskeletal systems, and that is obviously interacting with the physical world, especially in this case, piano or other musical instruments. So the starting point is actually the zero time delay, which is the physical interaction. As soon as you touch, that is the touch, and there's no delay over here. But then what we have in our nervous system is that our body has always a delay in some sense. And one of the things we have, one of the reasons why we have the spinal cord reflexes are because we have a much little time delay. It's about 10 to 15 millisecond delay. And then, but if you go to the brain, like if you central brain, hearing music and understanding of music, then it goes a lot big delays, 100 to 150 millisecond delay, which is actually very big considering what the critical timing where musician needs. So, and of course, as an engineer, we can try build a system, minimize all this delay, but this delay is inevitable, and that is the delay is a part of the music, and that the system need to really appreciate this delay and deal with this delay, and this is actually the fundamental question about what does it mean by building instrument playing a robot and so on. So this is the kind of thing we have been exploring in the last 5 or 6 years. So let's start with the physical instrumentation, right? So I think this is the zero time delay, and it's a good reference point of the whole paradigm. So this is a paper I really admire from the very careful engineering study of what the piano is doing as a mechanical system. And this Gillespie and his colleagues have been studying how sophisticated the piano is made. So this is the kind of diagram showing how what's behind the key of the piano. So when you press the key, there are lots of complex mechanism before touching the string, and this is actually making every sounds so beautiful in piano. And if you press keys, lots of things are happening between finger and the string. And here is the displacement of the key going, and there's lots of little bumps in the trajectory of displacement. And these small bumps are actually origin of how to make a beautiful sound in piano. And then they're trying to make a model of this. It's not really easy model because so many complicated mechanisms over here. And one single physics mechanism cannot explain how the piano making sounds. But in this, according to this paper, at least there are three distinctive mechanisms that can explain the sound generation in piano. So if you have three mechanisms, then we have to somehow switch in between. And this paper analyzes what's the phase transition between different kind of mechanism between 1, 2, 3, 4 phases. And then here are the arrows that you can switch in between. This is what human can actually make decisions, right? The human players can decide which timing and which strength you can switch between these phases. So this is already very, very complex things, even though this paper only looking at the one note, pressing the key. But of course, when you come down to playing music, one note is a very minimum thing, and you have to think about many other combinations of notes and the lengths and the sound combinations and so on. So this is a really, really good start how we can think about the embodiment of the musics, and this is the ground zero of embodiment of music. And then now we want to think about how to build this finger as the robot piano player. And so we started exploring how the new technologies of making a more like a human-like skeletal hands. And in this case, we use a multi-material 3D printer. So this technologies can generate a structure with different stiffness, with the more stiff material than less stiff material, and then we can make a bendable structure like this one and try to imitate how we can make fingers like a humans. So what we can do first is trying different design of fingers and see whether you hear the different kind of sounds. So in this case, we try mimic the ligament joints and see how ligaments should be structured in terms of the stiffness, and depending on the stiffness, you can generate different kind of sounds, and this is the kind of first step we can do. So this is one way to start thinking about, okay, how the mechanical body of the finger can generate different kind of sounds, even though you execute the same command. We can also extend it to different kind of playing style. So this is the thumb adduction and abduction process. And thumb has a very sophisticated joint design where we can see how thumb and the first finger can be used for playing a style. And again, the mechanical design of this is quite important. When you're pressing the key, you need quite some strength to go against the strength of the key. But on the other hand, if you want to slide on the sideway with the first finger, then you have a relatively less stiffness on that direction. So in that case, we need a good design of the thumb joint so that you can press stronger on the vertical direction, but the less friction on the side direction. And that kind of things are very, very important. So this is a kind of, the second step from the piano dynamics, the finger mechanical structure, and that is playing the important role as the embodiment of a music playing. And then we go a little higher up, and then we started collaborating with our psychologist of piano playing. So this Tatsuya Tanaka from Kobe University has been studying how the human is playing music, and especially some high skill playing style, like an octave difference in the high tempo and low tempo. And what he has been interested in is the humans make use of a body dynamics of playing different tempo. So here's the comparison of a high BPM and octave playing and consecutive playing and the low BPM concept is playing. And what Tatsuya found is that when human playing a slow speed, it has a very specific type of a trajectory of a wrist and the elbow in the motion. So just looking at this motion of this tempo playing by humans, we have a very interesting dynamics of the wrist and the elbow joint moving around. And what's really characterizing here is that we call this a double hump trajectory of the wrist and the ankle joint. So I think the red one is wrist and the blue one is the elbow. And when you see a slow tempo consecutive playing, and then you started seeing some different trajectory compared to faster tempo. So this is a kind of interesting another level of embodiment where musculoskeletal system started playing a role. So we started investigating these aspects by integrating some musculoskeletal dynamics in the human body. So in this case, we take advantage of a muscle dynamics. Like muscle is not only force generators, but the muscles has some mechanical dynamics, like a spring damper dynamics. So this kind of spring damper dynamics is important to generate a specific trajectory, like a double hump trajectory in this case. So we have actually incorporated a low-level spinal cord reflex, like a central pattern generator in our spinal cord models, and then integrate it to the muscle models so that we can actually do the replication of the behavior like this one. Then in the end, our simulated robot can actually show some very similar characteristic behavior of the octave playing like a human. So that's another interesting aspect we want to I want to share with you today. Okay, and then the last part of my presentation is that just go a little higher level, like a broader landscape of understanding of a piano playing with the brain and body. And what we are really interested in is how the brain body adapting against each other and how this kind of learning process can happen, right? So what we have done so far is a lot of building and hard coding by human designer, but of course we're interested in how the robots can learn to play music by themselves. And in that case, we need to start thinking about the larger landscape or learning process. So in this case, we need to think about the muscles and the spinal cord, and then higher level brain, and the overall coordination of the huge complexity throughout the body. So what we are really interested in is how we can think about, you know, the baby level learning process all the way to the human adult level understanding. And what we have been exploring from robotics point of view is the kind of qualitative differences in the learning process. And you know, what we start with is kind of innate action, innate reaction processes, like we call this a needing process. But then, you know, along the way of a long-term learning and the development, this needing process, you know, need to shift to the wanting, liking, and mastering process. And this is how we could potentially study in robotics experiments, and we have been exploring this kind of transition of learning process. And obviously, we need to translate that into more details of a learning process in the different kind of skills. And one of the hypotheses we have been working on is that actually the motor learning is a lot more complex than what the AI is doing today. And what AI is good at is basically learning of sequence and the optimization of the processes. But then the strategy learning, skill learning, adaptation learning, these kind of things are still quite unknown in the field of AI. So we need to go toward that direction. And that is the research we have been running in our piano playing robots project. So just very quickly, what kind of things we can do from this perspective. So what we're interested in is how the robot can do the expressive piano playing. So the basic thing is that the first thing we can try is the different way to express the sounds based on the actions. And this is the starting point. We learn from humans how humans express different way of music playing. But then we want to somehow use this skills of humans to motivate robots to understand what does it mean by expressive piano playing. And then we apply some machine learning mechanism, how the robot can explore different playing styles. So here we have robots have the soft finger, but the finger can be used in different ways. So just to show you some example over here. So the robot started exploring how to use fingers in different style for different kinds of playing style. And that's the idea how we started exploring by machine learning experiments. Actually, another really interesting thing we started a couple of years ago is very similar to what have been discussed in the previous talk about how the human and the robot can cooperate playing piano together. And the human playing the right-hand side, the robot playing left-hand side, how robot can actually coordinate with the human players. So this is a really, really difficult, challenging problem from robotics point of view, simply because robots need to somehow predict what human is doing, and then robot can actually think about what human is planning to do, and then adapt to the situation, as well as thinking about the music overall, right? So what we actually did is the human playing the right-hand side, and then robots need to predict what the music is playing, what's the chord progression, and what's the tempo and the timing of the playing. So I hope I can hear the sounds. This is the music, the human playing, along with the robots trying to adapt to it. It's not the perfect playing of the robot adjusting to humans, but this actually robot is improvising while the human is playing, and that is the idea we can explore by using this kind of robotic system. So when the human is not a very good player and changing the tempo, robots get confused as well, right? So that's another interesting experiment we can do. And we're publishing this paper as a preliminary results of the improvisation, but that was the idea I wanted to share with you in today's presentation. Okay, so with this, I'd like to start my presentation. So just to give you a bit of idea, because the piano playing or music understanding is an excellent topic for the embodied intelligence from a robotics point of view or AI point of view, and really the interface between information processing and the physical interaction with the instruments is really the heart of the research in embodied intelligence. There's still lots of challenges from AI point of view. Like we have a very little understanding of how the physical interaction works in the real world. And theoretical foundation, technological innovations, both of these are really, really necessary. But what I found interesting in this symposium is that actually the society actions. I learned a lot of things from previous talks today, and it's going to be very useful to have the cross-disciplinary interactions between psychologists, brain scientists, and the musicians and the engineers, I hope. And then I think one of the things I really want to know is the benchmarking and the roadmaps about what's the scale of the problem we are talking about. And this is going to be very interesting discussion we're going to have for this kind of symposium. Okay, so and then with this, I'd like to thank my collaborators, and especially we have Lucas Imeka and Huijian Wang, who are the PhD students who run most of our piano playing projects, and I'm very happy with their work, and I appreciate their contribution to this research project. And then I'd like to thank you for the kind attention for this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'm excited to see the state-of-the-art robotics. Thank you very much. And so we have 3 minutes. And any questions? Professor Kersh, please.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
But hopefully you can hear me. Oh, yes, I can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for your very interesting talk. I don't know anything about robotics, but I would be very interested in how long will it take until we can tell a robot something like, please play this Bach piece in the style of, Andras Schiff or any other famous pianist or so. I remember this one Star Trek episode, sorry for sounding nerdy here, where Data plays violin and then he says, well, I played it emulating Jascha Heifetz or something. And we can already use AI to say, generate me an image like this or that artist, or generate me a text in the style of that. So how long will it take in your estimate to use, the same for music performance?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for the questions. I think that's, well, first of all, very good question, but at the same time, it's very difficult to answer this question because, just starting, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, I think generation of the music and the understanding of music are the two very different things, but at the same time, there's no clear separation in between. So, of course, the ChatGPT or some AI techniques foundation models can generate the music as you requested, but probably how AI understands your request and you understand your request is probably two different things. And these two things are very different questions. And I think, one of the discussions we always have is objectivity and subjectivity, whether this question is something about the subjective or objective. And as a scientist, of course, I don't want to say everything is subjective, and we want to go as far as possible with objectivity. And then on the other hand, if it's objective, how complex the problems is, right? So if you want to understand the style of music or just, the sound level, or sometimes we want to understand how your auditory system works, or how is it combined with the other multimodal sensory channels work, and then how you grow over time, and this, human development process, human, cognitive process are enormously complex, and to what extent we can dive into this complexity of cognitions or learning or perception is kind of, very different question. So to answer your question, I don't think it's easy to achieve the level that you satisfy with your request, but I think that's probably 100-year, 200-year timescale question that you're asking. That's my initial reaction.
Thank you very much. So the next question will be the last one. And so is there any questions? So maybe okay, no one. And so we don't have any questions from online audience. So, okay, thank you very much, Dr. Iida. Thank you very much.
Speaker, special lecturer is Stefan Kesch. Professor Stefan, I'm briefly introduce him. This book, I translated his book recently, and he's my boss when I was in Max Planck Institute, actually, and he sometimes gives me advice, even private, and I often talk with him about family thing and When I was in Norway, I climbed that mountain frequently, so it is very nice. My experiences. I briefly introduce. So Professor Stefan Kelsch is a leading researcher in the field of neuroscience of music. He earned his PhD from Leipzig University with his thesis Brain and Music. Actually, today, Tachibana-san also showed the title of the Brain and the Music. So, complete at the Max Planck Institute for Human Cognitive and Brain Sciences. After postdoc fellowship at Harvard Medical School, he established an independent research group at the Max Planck Institute. He then served as a senior lecturer at the University of Sussex in England, I think, England, no, Sussex, University of Sussex in England, and as a professor at the Free University of Berlin. Since 2015, he has been a full professor at the University of Bergen in Norway. It's a really beautiful city. I miss that Bergen city. Today, he will speak on music-evoked emotion and their implication for therapy. So we are eagerly looking forward to your talk. Please.
Again, welcome. Thanks for coming. Thank you for inviting me, Tatsuya, to this very interesting and not just interesting, but motivating, inspiring symposium. It's really appreciated that you made it possible also for me to come here and speak to you today about music-evoked emotions and the implications for therapy. Much of what I will talk about today is from my book, Good Vibrations, and that book is about music and emotions, music and the brain, the healing effects of music, and how we can all use music for our health. For example, music can help to regulate negative emotions, negative thoughts, reduce stress, and those are already among the most important therapeutic effects of music. I will first speak briefly about the musical brain and why a world without music would be a world without humans. So when scientists are asked what distinguishes humans from animals, then they usually say things like language, math, or chess. And I say music. Music requires the perhaps simplest mental function that separates us humans just from animals. And that function is to keep a beat together in a group. That is, performing movements synchronously in a group, in many different speeds. We humans can clap together, sing together, stomp together, play musical instruments together. And this may seem trivial, but this is a uniquely human capacity. No other species can do this. Yes, I know, birds can sing, but they don't sing in a choir. They don't whistle in a choir. Whales sing, but they don't sing in a choir. Gorillas, they drum on their chests, but they don't do it as a combo. And viewed in this perspective, music was the decisive evolutionary step from animals to humans. When humans synchronize their movements in a group, it creates a sense of community. And there's no more efficient means to synchronize movements in large groups than music. Because in order to synchronize movements in a group, we need a pulse. And when humans produce a pulse, an auditory pulse, we recognize it as music. And when we clap together, sing in a choir, drum in a combo, or play in an orchestra, everyone is suddenly part of the group. The I becomes a we. And numerous studies have shown as soon as individuals tap a beat together, they subsequently help each other more, they cooperate with each other more, and they trust each other more. And we see such effects already in preschool children, which shows us how deeply these social bonding effects of music are rooted in us humans. When we participate in music, we can experience community. And this fulfills a deep human need, the need to belong, as the social psychologist Roy Burmeister once wrote. And when this need is satisfied with music, it creates positive emotions, joy, fun, pleasure, occasionally even feelings of happiness. And these emotions promote our health and our well-being. And all of this was important in the evolution of humans because trust, peacefulness, cooperation, and health gave humans an important evolutionary advantage to live longer. Now, before I talk about brain correlates of social bonding, I wanted to briefly mention that the nerves from the inner ear to the brain project into the brain stem. The auditory pathway is shown here in light blue, and there you can see that different nuclei of the auditory pathway project into the autonomic system, that's represented here by the red lines, and into the somatomotoric system, that is represented here by the black lines. The cochlear and vestibular nuclei also project into the reticular formation in the brainstem, and the auditory thalamus and the auditory cortex project into the amygdala. And that's why I also speak of an auditory limbic pathway instead of just an auditory pathway. And through this auditory limbic pathway, sounds and music can activate our organism via connections in the brain stem. By virtue of these projections, music can vitalize us, encourage us, or motivate us. Or, on the other hand, relax us, help us relax, and calm us down. I also call this quasi-reflex-like activation by the brainstem with music the music reflex. And many people use this music reflex, for example, during sports. And this music reflex can also be observed in patients that are in a comatose state, or in a vegetative state, or in a wakefulness vegetative state, as it's also called, or it can be observed in patients with depression. So patients in this unresponsive wakefulness syndrome, as is the proper name, so previous known as the vegetative state, often react clearly to music. So they can be activated or calmed down by music, which shows, which probably works via these direct projections from, for example, the cochlear nucleus, the hearing nucleus, into the reticular formation. In these patients, the calming effects of music or the vitalizing effects of music can then be seen, for example, by a more regular breathing, or by movements that the patients do, or by the way they engage with the music. And this is interesting because neurologically speaking, these patients are not responsive. So it's interesting that nevertheless, they do respond to music. The brainstem has also neurons that register emotional expressions, especially emotional expressions from conspecifics, such as effective vocalizations, or effective prosody, or music that imitates vocal expression of emotions. For example, music that sounds like a happy voice or like a calm voice. And these antennas, if you will, for the emotional expression in the voice of conspecifics are located in the periaqueductal gray in the brainstem. Even newborns are already highly sensitive to the vocal expression of emotions because they hear the music in the voice. They hear when a voice sounds stressed or impatient, or when a voice sounds warm and patient. And they can't help but resonate with these emotions. Yeah, they do it automatically. And that's also why maternal depression of a mother after birth of a child can have long-term negative consequences. For example, in this study shown for speech development. And one way out can be to sing to a baby, perhaps together with a music therapist. Because when singing, our voice changes. So for example, the pitch variation and the pitch range change. They are higher in a song than when typically expressed in depressive speech. Na 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 na. That's an octave, easily spanned in a matter of a few seconds song. A depressed person will never have this pitch range. A pitch range of an octave is about this large. Yeah? So it sounds very emotionally expressive. That's why we usually, unless we want to make a certain case, speak with this pitch variation. And in depression, the pitch range is particularly small. Dr. Tanaka described that lullabies and bedtime songs can soothe babies. And a pleasant side effect, by the way, is that it often calms us parents down too. If only because we exhale longer when we sing. We breathe out longer than we inhale, than we breathe in when we sing. And that already calms our bodies down. Slows down our heart rate. And that physiologically relaxes us. That's also, by the way, why it's important to breathe out longer than to breathe in. And even premature babies calm down to slow, relaxing music, showing us that we humans have a sense of music even before birth. Now, when music evokes emotions, it can of course also trigger activity in various brain structures of the forebrain, beyond the brainstem, and that is illustrated here. These are results of a meta-analysis of 21 functional neuroimaging studies on music-evoked emotions. And these results illustrate several neural correlates of emotions evoked with music. And the studies here used various experimental approaches, such as investigating emotional responses to consonant or dissonant music, or music that sounded happy, or fearful, or sad, music that evoked joy, music that evoked fear, music that evoked surprise, so music that with expectancy violations, on studies that investigated music-evoked tension or music-evoked chills or goosebumps. The study that I did together with Vincent, for example, Vincent Cheung, that we already discussed about today, was not included in here yet, but that was an example for a study on musical surprise and musical certainty, uncertainty. So this meta-analysis now indicates clusters of activity changes reported across all these different studies. And I will not go into all the details now, but I will say a few words about a few of these structures. First, about this one here, the so-called nucleus accumbens, which I also call the fun motor in the brain. And this cluster in the nucleus accumbens, in the so-called ventral striatum, appears here together with the cluster in the caudate nucleus, that is the dorsal striatum. And this co-activation of these two structures is surprisingly reminiscent of exactly the same co-activation of the structure in response to monetary rewards, or food rewards, and erotic rewards. So the nucleus accumbens motivates behaviors that aim to achieve and consume rewards. And that's why I call this structure also the fun motor in the brain. And such activations in the striatum are associated with the release of a neurotransmitter called dopamine. Or dopamine is, so to speak, the fuel of the fun motor in the brain. And here is one of my favorite neuroscience studies on music and emotion by Valérie Salimpur from Robert Satori's group in Montreal. Each participant brought here a piece of music into the lab to which they would experience such a chill or goosebump event. And as a control music, they listened to the song that another person brought into the lab, but to which they wouldn't experience a chill. And the authors found that particularly pleasant experiences when listening to music were associated with increased dopamine availability in the ventral striatum and the dorsal striatum. So these two structures that I showed to you before. And this shows that listening to pleasant music is associated with the activation of the so-called mesolimbic dopaminergic reward pathway. And these findings have now important implications for therapy. For example, anhedonia, so loss of the experience of pleasure, is associated with the dysregulation of dopamine in the striatum. And anhedonia is a component of numerous disorders and diseases: depression, schizophrenia, PTSD, obsessive-compulsive disorder, substance use disorders, of course, and the list goes on. Chronic pain may be something that I should also mention. Moreover, dopamine in the striatum is dysregulated in addictions, substance use disorders, I already mentioned that, or in disorders of executive function, like attention deficit or the hyperactivity disorders. And the dopamine availability in the striatum is, of course, also significantly reduced in Parkinson's patients. And it's therefore likely that the activation of this mesolimbic dopaminergic reward pathway with music has therapeutic effects. For example, there are well-documented therapeutic effects of music in Parkinson's disease. And it's likely that this is also associated with the stimulation of dopamine release in the striatum and, of course, in the motor system. Unfortunately, we do not know this yet because the studies are still lacking, but those studies are among those that I would really like to investigate in the future. Dopamine deficiency is also an important factor in cognitive decline and dementia. So it is conceivable that the activation of this dopaminergic pathway with music counteracts brain aging. That's something that I will also say a little bit more about later. Now, let's go back to the meta-analysis of reward. I mentioned these striatal activations here earlier. However, it is important to note that this pleasure or reward network in the brain comprises an entire network that goes far beyond these two structures here, the fun motor, the nucleus accumbens, and the dorsal striatum. Because in addition to these activations shown here, the authors of this meta-analysis noted that rewards, monetary rewards, food rewards, sexual rewards, also engage the medial orbitofrontal cortex and the amygdala and the insula and the cingulate cortex and the mediodorsal thalamus. The names are not so important here, especially for those who are not neuroscientists. What's important here is that fun or pleasure do not only involve from these two structures here, but involve a widely distributed network in the brain. And strikingly, this entire network also appears in this meta-analysis on music-evoked emotions, including ventral and dorsal striatum and orbitofrontal cortex, and amygdala, and cingulate cortex, and MD shows the thalamus, the mediodorsal thalamus. And this shows that much of what we see in this meta-analysis on music-evoked emotions is related to experiences of fun or pleasure or reward, if you will. Or let's say the hedonic component of happiness that music can evoke. Now, interestingly, this exact pleasure network overlaps substantially with the so-called pain network, which typically also includes this thalamus and orbitofrontal cortex and cingulate cortex and amygdala and other structures. All the structures of the pain network, which are outlined here in yellow, also appear in this meta-analysis on music-evoked emotions. And this overlap is a neurophysiological substrate of the pain-reducing effects of music. And such pain-reducing effects of music are probably the best documented findings in the field of music medicine. Here's a meta-analysis already from a while back that concludes listening to music reduces pain intensity levels and opioid requirements. They also say, however, the magnitude of these benefits is small when compared to pharmacological effects. Yeah, of course, if the dentist needs to drill a little bit deeper, I also prefer the syringe with anesthetics rather than only having music. However, my team recently found that we can increase music's pain-reducing effects with a very simple trick. In this study, we administered pain stimuli by applying pressure to the fingernails with a pressure algometer. I know it sounds horrible, but of course nobody was really hurt in this study. In this study, we had music listening trials and silence trials, and participants were either tapping to the music or they were tapping in silence. So 2x2 design, music silence, tapping, non-tapping. Okay? And here are the results. The small white discs represent the average pain intensity. And if we look at the red violin plots on the left, we can see that the pain sensation when listening to music is lower than without music, as depicted in the blue violin plots. So this is nothing new. This simply replicates the previous studies on this subject, okay? With music, pain sensation slightly decreases. But what is new here, when we look at the dark red violin, we can see that when subjects tap the beat to the music, the pain sensation is particularly low. Still, it's significantly lower than in the other conditions. And the difference between the pain sensation when tapping the beat to the music, on the one hand, and silence, without tapping, on the other, is clinically significant. And this simple effect holds fundamentally important therapeutic potential. For example, I have developed a method for people with schizophrenia spectrum disorder who suffer from hearing unpleasant voices. And when these individuals turn on their playlist and then not just listen to the music in the background, but somehow engage with the music. For example, tap along with the music. It works particularly well to tap along with the music with the right hand and right foot, sing along with the inner voice, or breathe along with the music while counting the beats. When they do this, the voices are gone. Or I've described this method also, by the way, in the book that I showed in the beginning, the Good Vibrations book. In the book, I also suggest a similar method for individuals with depression. Because when people with depression focus on the music of their playlists and not just let it run in the background, but somehow engage with it, tap the beat or sing along. Dancing is great, of course, but not always feasible when you're in a bus or in a supermarket. But you can always breathe along with the music or count the beats of the music while you breathe out and in, or tap with the hand and foot. So when patients do this, then the negative thought loops, the rumination is gone. And the reason for this is simple. It is that this embodied experience of music takes up so many resources in the brain that there are none left for unpleasant voices. So negative thought loops, negative feelings, negative moods, negative emotions can be effectively reduced with this method. The good vibrations of the music, if you will, can then resonate moment by moment in us and thereby calm us down and comfort us or motivate us or cheer us up. Now, I've already said that much of what we see in this meta-analysis here is related to pleasure or enjoyment while listening to music, but perhaps the most interesting finding of this analysis is this cluster here. So many studies on music and emotion reported activity changes within the anterior hippocampal formation. And in my book, Good Vibrations, I refer to this structure in the brain as the happiness center in the brain. This activation of the anterior hippocampus, of the happiness center, if you will, contrasts to rewards that do not, to rewards, monetary rewards, sexual rewards, erotic, drug rewards, etc., that do not activate the hippocampus, as we saw in the meta-analysis that I showed you before on food and drug, sex and money. So activation of the hippocampus, of the anterior hippocampus, is a very interesting capacity of music, and it indicates that music and emotions are not only associated with feelings of reward, there's something more. But what do these hippocampus activations reflect? When it comes to hippocampus, many of course think of memory, but we cannot explain these hippocampal activations simply by memory processes. Many of you might have heard of the limbic system in the brain, and the hippocampus is the main structure of this limbic system. So the hippocampus does not only play a role for memory, but also for emotions. Especially stress researchers probably know the well-established effect that the hippocampus has in the regulation of the stress axis, or of the hypothalamus. So it's called the HPA, hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis. But the hippocampus is clearly not only involved in the regulation of stress, but also in other emotions. And the point that I want to make now is that the hippocampus is associated with emotions that have to do with social bonding and social attachment. And emotions associated with social bonding and attachment are, for example, love, affection, compassion, if you will. Now, several studies have shown if two strangers in an experiment synchronize their movements to a beat, like drumming together, they trust each other more, they help each other more, they cooperate with each other more. They feel more connected to each other. The authors here, by the way, Brenwan Tarr, Robin Dunbar, Launay, and others, also published a very interesting study showing that when individuals dance together, they feel more socially bonded. Dr. Tanaka said that mother-infant interaction and synchronization, you mentioned the term synchronization, that mother-infant synchronization might even support immune function. And the authors here argue in this review article that the endogenous opioid system, it's spelled out in the title of the slide here, that the endogenous opioid system is activated by the synchronization of movements, and that this endogenous opioid system also promotes social bonding, as well as reduction of fear and pain. And the authors here argue that endogenous opioids, particularly endorphins, play a central role in the creation and the maintenance of social bonds, and that particularly endorphins are important candidates for the neurohumoral basis of social bonding during human interactions, during joint music making. This is an article about synchronization and music and social bonding and its association with the opioid system. Analgesia is mentioned here because pain reduction is often used as a proxy for the activation of the endogenous opioid system. The hippocampus now regulates the release of endogenous opioids and thus also social bonds. And the hippocampus does this through its direct projections into the hypothalamus. In particular, the anterior hippocampus has connections to hypothalamic nuclei, which have functions for emotions and social behaviors. For example, for reproductive behaviors, caregiving behaviors, and bonding behaviors. And these nuclei also release oxytocin and vasopressin, other social bonding hormones in the brain. When encountering conspecifics, oxytocin reduces stress and vasopressin reduces fear. And this helps approaching and making contact. Many rat studies about this have nicely shown this already in rodents. However, oxytocin and vasopressin are not the only messenger substances that play a role in social behaviors. There are many, many more, among them endogenous opioids, and even more hormones whose release can be influenced by the hippocampus. For example, prolactin and estrogen. Many think of prolactin only as the milk-producing hormone, but the level of all these hormones increase in parents after the birth of the offspring, yeah, and both parents, not only the mothers, also the fathers. In fathers, prolactin levels can even reach higher concentrations than in the mothers, because prolactin is not only a milk-producing hormone, it's also a social bonding hormone. I've given the references here, if somebody doesn't believe me. Read it up. So the hippocampus is the central structure for the release and regulation of all these messenger substances. This is from my quarter theory of human emotions, a neurobiological model and theory of human emotions. And the hippocampal formation is shown here in blue. Also, you can see in orange the brainstem-centered system, or vitalization system as I call it. I've mentioned that already before. In green, you see the diencephalon-centered system, which I call in my book, Good Vibrations, also the fun, pain, and craving system. It's the center of the reward system, about which I've already spoken. And in red, the orbitofrontal-centered affect system, which I also call the subconscious in the brain. Now, the hippocampus evolved later in evolution than the diencephalon and the brainstem. And it evolved in species that needed to take care of their offspring. Particularly mammals and birds need to feel motivated to care for their offspring. Mammals and birds have to take care of their offspring, so they need brain systems motivating them to take care, to come back to the nest and feed the offspring, to share their food with the offspring, not to eat the offspring. And they also need to be able to recognize the offspring and find the way back to the nest, to the offspring. So all these functions are co-localized, cleverly done by evolution in the hippocampus. Memory, spatial, navigation, orientation, and care, attachment, and associated emotions and motivations. And because of these characteristics, I speak of the hippocampus-centered affect system as the happiness system, because attachment-related emotions arise from human encounters and experiencing community. And that's what makes us happy. I mean, chocolate and monetary rewards and huge cars and big houses are fun, yeah, and pleasurable. No doubt about that. Yeah? I don't want to miss my nice treats, etc., etc. But what's fulfilling and what's making us happy is when we experience community, when we're together with others, and when we feel ourselves connected and bonding with others. And these emotions touch us, they move us. We feel them as something deep. They're peaceful, gentle, warm-hearted, compassionate. Or when a social bond is lost, we feel unhappy, sad. By the way, in patients who are chronically unhappy, patients with depression, the hippocampus shrinks. The volume of this part of the brain gets smaller. So therefore, I think that activation of the hippocampus with music has significant therapeutic potential. I think it's a very special capacity of music to evoke emotions that activate this brain structure. And I think this is very important. We need to understand the potential for therapy here. Because numerous, if not all, chronic disorders and diseases are associated with dysfunction or imbalance of activity in this system, in the hippocampus. Not only of the hippocampus, of course. Yeah? It usually also involves other brain structures, but it's striking that there's a common denominator here in the anterior hippocampus. Those functional or structural abnormalities in the hippocampus have been reported in depression or bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, PTSD, dementias, of course, anxiety disorders, even obsessive-compulsive disorders. And now we've covered all the most prevalent mental health conditions, not only in Japan, but in Western societies as well. There are even reports of hippocampal involvement in some chronic diseases of the immune system. So there's one on Crohn's disease, one on also colitis ulcerosa, and one on rheumatoid arthritis. The hippocampus is also particularly sensitive to psychological trauma, probably the only structure in the brain in which nerve cells die as a result of chronic severe stress. And I'm saying this because I want to emphasize that dysfunction of the hippocampus seems to be a key to a whole range of mental health conditions. Unfortunately, the dentate gyrus of the hippocampal formation can generate new stem cells that can migrate into the hippocampus and counteract volume loss. And for example, Pollack and colleague here reported that learned safety has effects that are similar to those of antidepressants, and they lead to increased neurogenesis in the hippocampus. So I'm saying this, I'm making this long story, because what if we can help patients use music to activate the hippocampus, possibly even activate neurogenesis, by having them experience social bonds and learn safety, something like social security, if you will, with music. In other words, if the hippocampus is damaged or dysfunctional in a patient, and if we can regulate and stimulate hippocampal activity with music, then we should see therapeutic effects of music in these people. And we should be able to use music to stimulate activity and neurogenesis in the hippocampus, and thereby treat the cause of the disease, not just the symptoms. And we've begun one study on this question with patients with Alzheimer's disease or at risk for Alzheimer's disease. I'm not going through all the details here, but many of you might have heard of studies showing that Alzheimer's patients can remember music remarkably well. They can even learn new songs. They can learn new music, often with text, and at stages where they are far beyond being able of learning texts alone. Going to skip some of this to our trial. So we are conducting a comprehensive randomized clinical trial with individuals with early Alzheimer's and stages preceding early Alzheimer's, namely mild cognitive impairment or MCI, and even earlier stages, namely subjective cognitive decline. And I won't go into the details here now, but in short, we have 3 groups in this study. In one group, participants receive a 1-year music intervention with music therapy, and there they learn new songs with a music therapist and sing together in our memory choir. They see a music therapist every week in a single session, and we sing almost every week together in our memory choir. Another group receives a similar physical activities intervention, so more or less a sports intervention. And the third group is a passive control group. And we conduct brain imaging before and after this 1 year of intervention, in addition to a range of neuropsychological tests. And what I'm going to show you now are preliminary data, so we need to interpret them with caution. And those participating online, please don't take screenshots. It's preliminary data, so I'm really only just sharing it with you. They're also relatively fresh. Here are the hippocampus volume data, above for the left hippocampus and below for the right hippocampus. And these data suggest that in the passive controls, which you see in the two left columns, the hippocampal volume decreases over the year, and that's what's to be expected due to the progression of the neurodegeneration in this patient population, okay? But look at the two active groups, and you can see that the red bars, so the post-intervention measures, are a little bit higher than the blue bars, especially in the music group. That's the group in the middle here, where we see that the hippocampal volume actually increases a little in both hemispheres as a result of the intervention. And this increase in hippocampal volume is associated with lower depression scores and possibly also with an increase in the word learning tasks. I'm stating this carefully because we have to await the final results. We are not there yet. But if this holds, that would be great, because every month that we can keep patients longer at home is an increase in their quality of life and a huge benefit for the social healthcare systems. It'll save, each month saves a lot of money. But it's also about the quality of life of the patients and of their caregivers. So for example, it has happened several times that a spouse came to us and said, wow, since he's in the intervention, it's so much easier with him at home. He's looking forward to the choir, he's whistling the songs, he's singing the songs, he's practicing the songs. I should have mentioned they are also asked to rehearse the songs every day on their own. So apparently the more positive mood of the patients also makes it much easier for the caregivers to live together with them. I recently watched the movie The Father with Olivia Newman and the actor who played Silence of the Lambs. What's his name again? Vincent, help me out here. Anthony Hopkins. No Alzheimer's yet. Wonderful film that I can highly recommend, depicting Alzheimer's disease. There's, for example, this scene where he sees a different person, but hears the voice of his daughter. And this is supposed to illustrate that he doesn't recognize his own daughter anymore. And he's very confused by this. So I watched it with my wife, and she said that it reminded her very much at her grandfather back then. And she told me there were these aggressive episodes when he smashed in windows, when he was latching out at people, where it was very difficult to live with him together. For her, it was very difficult. She was a small girl back then. And I asked her, they didn't, back then, what he actually had, nobody really knew. They knew it was some kind of dementia. So she said, I recognize what I see here. And I asked her, my wife comes from Russia, where accordion is a very common instrument. I asked her, did your grandfather maybe play the accordion? She said, yeah, well, he had, but, never, she couldn't remember playing the instrument after he got the disease. And I said, see, had you given him the instrument, had you let him play the accordion, he would have been much more peaceful. He probably would have played. He would have been much happier than he was. Well, just a little anecdote that I thought I'd make to make the case. Here are a few more therapeutic effects of music for neurological diseases, which I will skip in the interest of time, because at the end of my talk, I also wanted to briefly discuss an effect of music on the orbitofrontal brain, which I, as I said before, also call the subconscious of the brain. Recently also published another book on that, which I called The Dark Side of the Brain. It's meant as a humorous title. Now, if the subconscious generates depressive or demotivating thoughts, then music can influence thoughts to become more positive. And we've published 3 studies on this so far. I actually hoped, oh, here's one of them. So we can, in this study, as well as in the other studies, experimental design is very simple. We say, participants, just sit down and relax. You don't have any task. And in the background, we play music that either sounds, in this study, heroic, motivating, encouraging, or sad. And then, unbeknownst to the subjects, we suddenly stop the music and we ask them, tell us what you thought about right now. And then they answer scales about how positive, negative their thoughts were, how activating, motivating, constructive the thoughts were. And then we see across different experiments, my bachelor students just finished the 4th one, that when there's positive sounding music running in the background, thoughts become more positive. I'm showing you this because, of course, everybody knows that music influences our moods and our emotions, yes, yes, yes. But here we see music also influences our thoughts. And again, this has important therapeutic implications. I'm going to make this short here now. I just wanted to use this as an example that music can influence the quality of our thoughts. And I also wanted to give you an example what we can do to actively change our negative thoughts, if we have them. Because studies show that we humans tend to mind wander, and that this mind-wandering time is in a frighteningly high amount negative. So many people get distracted by just thinking about negative things, things that stress them, that they found unfair, or that they might stress them in the future. And as those of you who do a lot of meditation know, it's important to control and regulate these thoughts and take emotional timeouts with thinking about positive things, at least not thinking about negative things. And here's where music comes into play in a very simple and elegant way, because we can use music to turn off negative thoughts and negative thought loops by playing positive sounding music and somehow engaging with it. So for example, again, tapping the beat, breathing with the music, or singing internally, dancing with the music is also great, rather than just passively listening to the music. So what works best for me is actually tapping and breathing with the music while counting the beats. So I count the beats of the music while I exhale and then while I inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, what have you. A more active, embodied experience of music, rather than just passively listening, is more beneficial here, to switch off negative thoughts and negative emotions and negative moods. And when we listen to encouraging music, or move to encouraging music, then even in the darkest crisis, at least a few healthy fun molecules, a few healthy dopamine molecules are released in the brain. And where one such dopamine molecule is released with music, thousands will immediately follow. And in this way, music can help us regulate negative emotions and negative moods and get rid of negative thoughts, and thus find inner peace again. And this is a very important therapeutic effect of music, because medical psychology has shown how damaging constant negative emotion and moods are to our health. And with music, we can more easily control them and turn them off, and thus brighten our mood again. It is crucial for this healing effect of music that we focus on the positive sounding music, or somehow engage with it, for a more embodied experience. I've already given some tips now for this in my book, Good Vibrations. There are many more. I would like to conclude here so that we have also at least a few minutes for questions. I thank Tatsuya again very much for inviting me here, and I thank you all for bearing so long with me and for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for very beautiful talk and very specific talk that Stefan now doing. It's very interesting. So I have I can have a third question. Yes, please.
Thanks for your talk. And I'm interested in the pain reduction experiment. And in music and tapping condition, the pain was reduced. And also there are some individual variability in the violin plot. So I'm interested in what factor influence the variability?
The what?
What factor influence the variability? So because for some participants, the pain declined very much, but maybe the other participants, the effect was not so large. So what distinguishes the participants?
Yes. Yeah, thank you for this question. That's a very important and critical discussion also among scientists. What actually contributes? The consensus for now, and we have to specify this in future studies, we as like all the music and pain researchers, the consensus for now is that just paying attention to something already will reduce pain, but it also becomes clear that the emotional effect also contributes. So for example, in our study, we deliberately chose the music ourselves in a way that there were some pieces that subjects would like more than others, so that we have an emotional or a liking factor, if you will. And how much the participants liked the music contributed to explain the variance in the pain perception. So emotion also are at play here. And the prevailing view about the neurochemical basis is one, that the release of endogenous opioids contributes to the reduction of pain, and two, that also the activation of the dopaminergic pathway, the mesolimbic one, contributes to the reduction of pain. Unfortunately, we don't know which one yet. We scientists, because the studies are lacking. It's difficult to do that. It's not just the opioid system, that's pretty clear, because naltrexone doesn't just explain the effects. Let me stop my discussion here before I go overboard in the time. You asked, sorry, one last thing. You asked about inter-individual differences. We couldn't really address that in that study because you always have variation between individuals, and it's always difficult to tell is that systematic or is that by chance. So unfortunately I can't tell anything about this, but we saw the pain-reducing effect in all of our subjects, if I remember correctly.
Thank you.
Yeah. One more question. Sorry, you can ask in the evening party. So another, if there is nothing, I can.
I'm happy to take questions as long as we like.
Thank you so much for your talk. I'm coming from the music therapy background, so it was really nice to hear all of your research. I was wondering, because I think we all could benefit from the therapeutic effects of music in like everyday life, even if we don't have like clinical diagnosis. So I was wondering if we should like standardize or like have protocols for music therapy, or because I feel that's kind of like the difficult part, kind of transitioning from the therapeutic effects of music to music therapy interventions or prevention. So I was wondering like where we should, like how we should progress from like current research to future studies.
Yes, you mean with regard to music therapy protocols?
Right, yeah, I feel we can feel that we are benefiting from music, even if it's like from everyday experience. I was wondering, when we use music for therapeutic effects, like intentionally on purpose, I was wondering if standardization of music therapy interventions is necessary, or we don't have to do it.
Yes, well, what a good and complicated question to answer. Well, first off, different disorders, different diseases will require different methods, obviously. Different age groups will require different methods, even with the same disorder, the same disease. So I think the most important thing is that whatever intervention is used is tailored in the best way possible to that patient or patient group. And in a research study, I think it's also necessary to specify exactly what you did and document exactly what you did so that others can either replicate it or see, well, we've done this and that works even better. So develop it even more. I also, since you spoke up here, would like to get the two of you in contact with, Dr. Tanaka. Tanaka, sorry, is yeah. Because that might be a nice possible cooperation here.
Thank you.
Music therapy and therapeutic effects of music research.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So she is my new staff in my laboratory, so please contact me beforehand.
May I just add that I think what's specifically important is that the music therapeutic intervention is nothing esoteric or nothing, but that it's transparent enough to hold up to the standards of science, of course, so that there's nothing mystical about anything, but that there are certain methods and they can be replicated and they can be applied by others who use the same method. I think that is very important. Also for music therapists in a study, it might be important to understand that while it's somebody difficult, it's also important to adhere to the exact recipe or the method or the protocol that's established for that study, so as to make it actually replicable and accessible for improvement.
Okay. So it's already time.
Come on, let's bring another one.
Okay. By the way, I have a painting in my room that your wife gave me still.
The what?
Olga.
Yeah.
Painting, Olga's painting that I still have in my room. Thank you very much.
Nice.
Very beautiful painting. So, okay, so because Stefan says, or my boss says, so I can have one more question, please. Would you like? Or?
I have many things.
Or Ono-san?
Yeah, actually, I have many things to want to ask and discuss about, but the main thing is the dark side of the social bonding. Because social bonding, if you have a very strong social bonding, then you start to refuse the out group member, right? And then for making the social bonding, several, many things, many ways you have, right? Music is one of way, but you can, for example, I don't know way, I don't know say, but you do the sport, or you do the soccer or something, or do the, I don't know, the chatting is also making a social bonding. What is I mean, do you think the music is the very balanced way for making such kind of social bonding? I mean, not so strong, not so mild, or something like that.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing this very important issue up. And it will be difficult for me now, especially as a professor, to keep my answer short, but I will try. So first off, exactly, music can also be used in a way to manipulate people, for example. If only to kind of create a community that, as you said, rejects others, for example. You know, as a community, we are strong, we are the better ones, we know the answers, and the other ones are the outside. Music is often used in that ways. Music is used often to manipulate people. Think of the music in commercials, for example. Think of music that the Christian missionaries, for example, used in Africa and basically everywhere over the world. Just you know, to just name two examples: military music, etc., you know, where music is used for aggression. So I think what's important with music, because music is powerful in this regard, that's why all dictators and everybody uses it, you know. What's important is to use music with a humanistic attitude for the greater good and not for the greater bad. It's like splitting the atom. You can use it to, you know, for energy, to provide energy to the people, and to destroy people with nuclear bombs. The attitude with which we make and engage in music is absolutely critical here. And that also holds for the therapeutic effects of music, because it's not the music that makes us healthy. The music helps us to get healthy. It's our body that makes us healthy, not the music. And our body does it only when we listen to music in an attitude that reflects, you know, peacefulness and humanity. If we listen to music to kind of foster aggression or hate or anger or what have you, it will not have the beneficial effects on our well-being, let alone our health. Before, somebody said, I used heavy metal music to reduce stress. Yes. Many people say, well, heavy metal music, isn't that aggressive? No, not if you listen to it with an attitude that has nothing to do with aggression, but with an attitude of, for example, stress reduction or energizing or motivating. I'm saying this because I come from Norway. Norway has a huge heavy metal community. And also just to illustrate the point, our inner attitude, our inner orientation is key.
It's okay to finish the meeting. So, thank you very much. Very great talk, and we can discuss later. Thank you for participating in today's symposium. Your engagement and the question have made this excellent event. I'd like to extend my gratitude to Professor Kelsch for your excellent lecture and for coming from Norway, long, different place, far from Japan. And we have a delicious Japanese sake prepared for you to enjoy tonight. And finally, special thanks to Professor Kitahara-san and his graduate students for expertly managing the audio and video, surprise even professional company. And additionally, thank you, my lab member and my colleague and Professor Tachibana for their invaluable help in organizing and setting us this event. I could not have succeed without their support. So with this, I declare the symposium closed. Thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you again. Bye.